Recording in progress. 1, 2, 1, 2. Can we all stand, ladies and gentlemen? Good afternoon. Sanbonani. The music can continue playing. It sounds really good. And if you want to dance, please feel free to dance. Can you please stand to your feet as we welcome the MEC of Social Development, MEC KwaZulu, as well as the ministers from the East and Southern African region into the venue. Wonderful. Sanbonan. Sanbonan. You are in KwaZulu Natal. In KwaZulu Natal, this is how we greet. We say Sanbonan. I would like you to turn to the person next to you and say Sawubona. Can you turn to the person on the other side of you and say Sawubona? And then can you say to them, it's nice to be here? Can you say it one more time? It's nice to be here. Now, by the time you leave eThekwini, South Africa, you would have learned a number of Zulu words. And today we are going to be learning Zulu 101. So if you could turn to the person next to you and say, Kumnandi ukuba la. You've got to say it again. Let me say it to you nicely. Kumnandi ukuba la. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Sanbonani. I hope you're well. Please take your seats. Can you put your hands together for the K-Cap Marimba Band? Can you put your hands together one more time for them? Hold on, K-Cap, just one more time. For those who don't have iPhones, just show them how the iPhone rings. Just one more time. Can you show them how the iPhone rings? Now, for those who have Samsung and Huawei phones, what special do you have for them? Put your hands together for K-Pep one more time. Thank you very much. Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this very important engagement where we are launching the State of World Population Report for the East and Southern African region. You're most welcome. I'd like to first start by doing the right thing, and you're going to move around a lot today, so get ready. I hope you got your dancing shoes and your walking shoes. I'm only kidding. I'm going to ask you just one more time to please stand. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to sing the national anthem of the Republic. You may be seated. Well, thank you and welcome once again to eThekwini, popularly known as Durban, here in KwaZulu Natal. My name is Linton Mkunu and I will be facilitating your program this afternoon. I would like to acknowledge the guests who are here this afternoon, starting with the Honorable Minister of Social Development, Honorable Minister Lindiwe Zulu, who will be joining us virtually this afternoon. I would like to recognize in absentia, who will be joining us shortly, the Honorable Premier of KwaZulu Natal, Honorable Sihle Zikalala. I would like to acknowledge the MEC responsible for social development in KwaZulu Natal, MEC Khoza. I would also like to acknowledge the Speaker of the KwaZulu Natal Provincial Legislature, Honorable Ntombeko Boyce. I would also like to recognize Honorable Tambo Gina, the Minister from Eswatini, the Ministry of Economic Planning and Development, the Honorable Professor Paul Mavimba, the Minister of Public Service, Labor and Social Welfare from the Republic of Zimbabwe, the Honorable Enoch Pale, who is the Minister from the Republic of Malawi, Ministry of Health. I'd like to recognize the Mr. Daniel Epembe Masango, who is the Secretary General of Planning from the Ministry of Planning from the Democratic Republic of Congo. I'd like to recognize Mr. Ben Nongombe, the Executive Director from the Ministry of Health and Social Welfare from the Republic of Namibia. And I'd like to recognize Ms. Patience Repude, who is the social, from the Ministry of Public Service from Zimbabwe. I would then like to recognize Dr. Bennett Ndianabangi, the Regional Director for East and Southern Africa for the UNFPA. Then I would like to recognize all the young people who are in the house. Are there any young people in the house? Are there any young people in the house? Aha, okay. I'd like to recognize the delegations from the National Department of Social Development, the Provincial Department of Social Development, the Provincial Government of KwaZulu Natal, and all stakeholders and partners represented in this room. Sanbonani. Now, nearly a quarter of all women are unable to say no to sex. Nearly a quarter are unable to make decisions about their own health care. This has to stop. Nearly half of all pregnancies in the world are unintended. This gives us an alarming picture of the state of neglect of women's reproductive freedoms. This crisis is visible everywhere. Nearly everyone knows someone who has had an unintended pregnancy. And of course, not because they are unintended, does it mean they are unwanted. This is some of the research that comes out of the SWOP report that we are launching here this afternoon. And some of the data and statistics that you'll hear about, this is quite alarming and quite shocking. And we must appreciate the work done by the UNFPA to put the report together, working with various member states and various stakeholders. And we will be looking forward to hear a lot more from this report as we proceed in the course of this afternoon. On the screen, for those who are joining, I forgot to welcome everybody who is joining us virtually. We have over 500 people from all over the globe who are joining us virtually. Can everybody in the room welcome everybody who is joining us virtually, please? Thank you to everybody who is joining us virtually. You are most welcome. I'm told that we have people from Namibia, we have people from different parts of the African continent, including New York, who have also joined us, and various regions. So you're all welcome. On the screen, you would find a link to the agenda for this engagement, those who are joining us virtually. You will also find a link to the reports, both in French and in English, that we are launching this afternoon. And you will also find the rules in PDF on the screen, which highlight when you are able to speak, how you should conduct yourself if you are joining virtually. We don't want to tell you what happens when some people join virtually, but we have some rules in that regard. Now, without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite to the stage the MEC of Social Development from the province of KwaZulu Natal to come and welcome you, MEC Nonhlanhla Khoza. Can you put your hands together, please, for the MEC?
Thank you, Program Director. Our DG, Linton. Greetings to the Honorable Minister, Minister Lindiwe Zulu. Greetings to the ministers present here, the ministers from Eastern and Southern African region, our regional directors, especially the regional director of the UNFPA, the Speaker of the province of KwaZulu Natal, Honorable Nontembeko Boyce, ladies and gentlemen, I understand that there are employees from social development in KwaZulu Natal, but they are led by HOD. I don't see her. She might be busy somewhere. Oh, greetings to yourself, HOD, and your team. You are seated next to a beautiful lady there. Yena ke ngiyamfuna nje asikaphakame nje babone who's in the house. Greetings to you, mama wethu. Ngiyazi ukuthi bazakuphakamisa ngendlela, but I like that at least you are here. Greetings to the delegates who have joined virtually, and greetings to the distinguished guests. You are very much welcome in KwaZulu Natal. I see all the beautiful faces. Has anyone told you that you are so beautiful today? You are very beautiful. I don't know about men, but if it is a sin to say so, you are beautiful. You are all beautiful indeed. Others are far from their wives, others are far from their loved ones, but I feel very much honored to be the one who's telling you that you are beautiful. And I'm honored to be part of this important gathering between the Department of Social Development and different key stakeholders led by the UNFPA. My responsibility is very much limited. Mine is to introduce, to just welcome you. But among us, there are some very important guests. I thought I'll say to myself, they are going to introduce themselves so that we hear what language do they speak in their African countries. But let me do that simple for them. Among us, we have the Honorable Minister Tambogina, For me, I understand Ulintin has done that partially. But people would like to see you. That people from Eswatini are they like people from KwaZulu Natal? If there are similarities, what are the similarities? The minister from Zimbabwe, Mavima, and the deputy minister, Inokpale from Malawi. They are just like us, African brothers. This is just wonderful. We have a program director, we have other deputy ministers who have accompanied this delegation. Minister Sango, Secretary General, Web Planning. Ben, Executive Director, Ben Nangombe. I'm very much careful in my pronunciation. And the Honorable Piri, Henry Piri, from Republic of Health, from Republic of Malawi. Okay, but ke usingaye, it's our regional director. I'm afraid to say his surname. Even yesterday I failed to say his surname. But outside, I can say, pronounce him correctly. But on top of everything, I'm very much honored to be here with you. As the MEC of Social Development in this province, I must indicate that we are seriously taken aback by the number of cases of teenage pregnancy. Most of them are unintended pregnancy. We must say there are unwanted and the wanted, but all of them are unintended. And among those, there are unplanned teenage pregnancies. The worst scenario is for an unwanted teenage pregnancy, because it gives trauma, it gives stress, and all of that, the mother and the child, are our responsibility as the Department of Social Development. We need to provide psychosocial support to those mothers and to the family at large. But we believe that partnering with the UNFPA will yield positive results. And because of all of us as different communities of the world have to find ways of tackling the problem of high teenage pregnancy, so that our girl child can get the better future. Because we are doing it not for ourselves, for our girl child. So we must share strategies to give more priority to certain aspects of how do we deal with this. We know that the evidence shows that teenage pregnancy rates may have increased during COVID-19, with this problem being attributed to the limited safe spaces and sustained exposures to risk factors arising from school closures. You remember there was that gap whereby a child would not attend today but tomorrow. As a parent, you wouldn't know that your child will not be attending. Your child would leave house as if going to attend. There, other teenage pregnancies came from. Others were done behind closed doors. So this is what we have, all of us, as different countries have experienced. And between 2019 and 2020, that is what we experienced. But we also wish to applaud the teams from our government and the UNFPA that have worked tirelessly to ensure we gather today here to deliberate on these important issues. And to you, Honorable Minister Lindiwe Zulu, to choose us as KwaZulu Natal. And within the KwaZulu Natal itself, you have ensured that you choose the area which is highly affected, which is Durban and Ilembe. Those are very highly affected areas. Ladies and gentlemen, we must always remember that our rights, our girls bear the brunt of teenage pregnancies because of the patriarchal nature of society. Our communities need to change, and teenage pregnancy must be addressed urgently. It is now or never. I believe we have taken a giant step as of now and a step towards the correct direction. And let us not forget that poverty might have an effect on what is happening. In our deliberations, let us look at that angle as well and see how do we come up with some resolutions which might lessen this. Because, Honorable Speaker, in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, you find that those teenage pregnancy which have happened, you get a 10-year-old who's got a child. You then ask yourself, who impregnated that girl? Is it a boy of her age? Is it an adult? Let me leave it there. It for this gathering to come up with answers. I thank you.
Can we give our MEC a hand just one more time? Very profound words, MEC. Now we feel welcomed in KwaZulu Natal, in the city of eThekwini. Thank you very much, MEC, one more time. The 2022 State of the World Population Report, entitled Seeing the Unseen Case for Action, the case for action in the neglected crisis of unintended pregnancies, amplifies the latest evidence on unintended pregnancies and its impact on women, girls, households, societies, countries, and global development. The objective of the SWAP launch is to engage with policymakers, members of the public, key stakeholders, and young people, especially young women and girls, on the key drivers of teenage pregnancy, including early sexual debut, gender-based violence and femicide, and other harmful practices such as child marriage, intergenerational and transactional relations, multiple concurrent sexual relations, low contraceptive use, and forward-looking acceleration actions to address the factors across these sectors. Now, to tell us a little bit more and to tell us about the future of the 10-year-old girl in East and Southern Africa, I would like you to welcome to the stage Dr. Bennett, who is the Regional Director for East and Southern Africa for the UNFPA. Please put your hands together for Dr. Bennett.
Good afternoon. Program Director, Mr. Linton Muchunu. I got it right, yeah? The Honorary Minister of Social Development, Madam Lindiwe Zulu, online, I think with us. I had also the Premier, but I'm told he will join us. The esteemed member of the Executive Council, Social Development, Madam Nontlanhla Hoza. The Speaker of KwaZulu Natal Provincial Legislature, Miss or Madam Nontembeko Boyce. The foreign ministers, the delegations, foreign ministers from our foreign regional ministers from Zimbabwe, Malawi, Eswatini, Namibia, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. And my dear friend and sister, Yvonne Chaka Chaka. Members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good day, sanbonani, bonjour. Ça va bien? Now, in my tour of duty as a UNFPA representative and country director in West Africa, for over 10 years, I did a tour of duty in Nigeria, Sierra Leone, and Liberia. And there, each time you made a presentation or a speech, after some people had spoken, like Mr. Linton and the Madam MEC, you would then ask and say, I beg to stand on existing protocols, because you might miss out some people. So if you allow me, let me beg to stand on existing protocols. So coming back to our region here, not too long ago, as the sun was about to set in Eastern Cape, 15-year-old Noltando was happily on her way home from school, a skip in her step, a big smile, with the thought of her bright future. And suddenly from the bushes, a man emerged, attacked Noltando, and left her bleeding on the ground. Noltando's smile faded, and her life dimmed. That moment in time led to a series of events. Noltando experienced horrific sexual violation. She became pregnant and dropped out of school. This is not just Noltando's story. It is a tale as old as time, all too common all over the world, and right here on our doorstep in Southern Africa. As drones hover over our skies and technology makes inroads in our lives, we risk forgetting about basic humanity. Today, millions of girls and young women are victims of sexual violence, their lives and futures disrupted, and no one is held responsible for such crimes. Sexual activity without the use of effective contraception, through choice or coercion, is the predominant cause of unintended pregnancies. As the 2022 State of the World Population Report we are launching today reveals, in countries where data are available, a quarter of all women are unable to say no to sex. A quarter are unable to make decisions about their own health care, and 10% are unable to make decisions about contraception. Is it therefore any wonder that of all pregnancies in the world, nearly half are unintended? For the women affected, the most life-altering reproductive choice, whether to become pregnant, is no choice at all. In many cases, unintended pregnancy is linked to gender-based violence, including early sexual debut that is non-consensual and child marriage. No country is spared. Across the region, a neglected crisis is silently raging. From the Democratic Republic of Congo to Malawi, Namibia, South Africa, and Zimbabwe. While Africa's unintended pregnancy rate dropped by 15% over the past 30 years, it remains far too high. In East Africa, an estimated 47% of pregnancies were unintended between 2015 and 2019, and nearly half of these ended up in abortions. In Southern Africa, 65% of pregnancies in the same period were also unintended, and 36% of them ended in abortion. This is an unseen crisis unfolding. The crisis is often hidden. It's trivialized as a women's concern and a private matter. But if we look at it clearly, unintended pregnancy is a personal issue, robbing women of their most life-altering reproductive choice. It is a health issue, driving unsafe abortions, causing maternal death and disability globally. It's also a human rights issue, causing and resulting from gender discrimination and inequality. It's a humanitarian issue, exposing women in crisis settings to high risk of unintended pregnancy, including sexual violence. And lastly, it's also a development issue. We have some ministers of planning and finance and economics from Eswatini. It's a development issue because it depicts strong correlations between the rates of unintended pregnancies and lack of development. So, dear esteemed colleagues, while this may be seen as a private matter, as a woman's concern, it is also a global crisis with regional costs, as evidenced by how COVID-19 increased fertility, spiked up adolescent pregnancy, and surged maternal death in Eastern and Southern Africa. Unintended pregnancy propels millions of women and girls to drop out of school and the workforce, which will have long-lasting impacts on their earnings, on their health, and on their welfare. These consequences ripple across generations. These are opportunities lost. Unintended pregnancies cost billions of dollars to the health system. Unintended birth create negative social, mental, and physical health consequences. The issue also leads to increased vulnerability to poverty. I'm taking a short pause to welcome the Prime Minister of KwaZulu Natal. Welcome, sir. So we were discussing the issue of unintended pregnancies. Many people still hesitate to see this as a crisis. There are many unplanned pregnancies that have happy stories, as we know. Babies are welcomed and they are deeply loved. We can continue celebrating happy endings while still calling for women to be able to choose whether, when, and with whom to become pregnant. Our honorable guests, we believe that this has gone on for too long, and we think it is time to tug the fold and pull back the curtain and see the unseen. We are calling you, we are calling on you, our partners, to prioritize women's and girls' rights, to expand their choices, including universal access to sexual and reproductive health and effective contraceptives. We also need your support so that every young person, yes, boys too, is fully aware of the risks and means of avoiding unintended pregnancies. We need to listen to the voices of women, better understand their needs, and echo their calls for equality in every sphere. Ladies and gentlemen, I have seen nods when I said that, especially from the Prime Minister. So we all have shared aspirations. The UN has set the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, which require us to end unmet need for contraception, to achieve gender equality, and advance bodily autonomy. I grew up in a beautiful village in Uganda, and we have a saying there. It says that old men sit in the shade because they planted a tree many years before. So all of us here, we are here for a legacy, for a world where every daughter, every niece, and every woman has the freedom to choose whether and when to become pregnant. Because unintended pregnancies prevent women and girls from realizing their potential and enjoying and exercising their full rights. It is our legacy, a full circle of our life's work, when we come together and live a world where 15-year-old girls like Noltando can safely walk home and then run unhampered towards an empowered tomorrow. I thank you for your attention.
Can we give a hand for Dr. Bennett one more time? Thank you very much, Doc. And very powerful words indeed, Doc. And what a moving story of Nolutando. And indeed, thank you once again for reminding us to support and spread the word around unintended pregnancies. And you called it a humanitarian crisis. And we have to take cognizance and listen to women and girls' voices and make sure that we prioritize the rights for women and girls. Can we give a hand to the doctor one more time? I'd like to acknowledge the Premier of the province of KwaZulu Natal, Honorable Premier Sihle Zikalala. Premier, maybe you can stand so they can see you, if that's okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Premier. You are most welcome. And we will hear from the Premier in a few minutes. So thank you very much. I'd also, at this point in time, would like to call upon His Excellency, Honorable Tambo Gina from Eswatini, the Minister of Economic Planning and Development, to share a few remarks with us. Can you give the Honorable Minister a hand? Thank you.
Program Director, Honorable Premier for the province of KwaZulu Natal, all protocol observed. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed an honor to represent the Kingdom of Eswatini in the regional launch of this year's State of World Population Report, themed Seeing the Unseen, the Case for Action in the neglected crisis of unintended pregnancy. Distinguished guests, on behalf of His Majesty's government, I start by extending our sincerest condolences to all the people of KwaZulu Natal who lost their relatives and those who have been left homeless as a result of the recent floods. It is our hope that efforts from partners and countries will ensure that resources are mobilized to rebuild the ruins that have been created by the disaster in this region, and that human life, including that of women, children, and persons with disabilities, will be restored. We are grateful to the South African government for this timely engagement on unintended pregnancy, an unseen crisis unfolding in front of us. This year's launch is historic, as it is a first of its kind where, as a region, we are gathered for a common purpose of this nature. Unintended pregnancy as a global issue, it affects women of all ages, and it affects worse adolescent girls. There is a famous Zulu adage which says, "Injobo ithungelwa ebandla." And I make mention of these words to emphasize on the significance of this gathering to share ideas on addressing this crisis. Distinguished guests, it is estimated that nearly half of the world pregnancies are unintended. 65% in Southern Africa, 1,700 girls fell into this trap in the Kingdom of Eswatini. For some, this meant an end to their learning journey, as the country is yet to fully implement the policy on keeping pregnant girls at school. We are hoping that during our stay here, we can pick a few lessons from the Republic of South Africa, as we believe the issue of keeping girls at school and handling attendance during pregnancy has been developed here, and we begin to learn. Program Director, the report also described unintended pregnancy as a development issue. While every country continues to experience unacceptably high rates of unintended pregnancy, we see strong correlation between rates of unintended pregnancy and a lack of development. It exacerbates unemployment as young girls drop out of school without having acquired much needed skills to place them in better paying jobs so they can contribute to the economy. During a recent engagement with student team moms on unintended pregnancy in Eswatini, we learned that they come across challenges as they juggle between the role of being a mother and a student. They have to go an extra mile to balance two roles. They mentioned that life was no longer what it used to be, as they now had to create extra time to do their study schedules and some time to spend with their children. They decided they decried the rebuke they were getting from their colleagues. They were grateful, though, that the education system in the Kingdom of Eswatini is now willing to accommodate them to continue. Distinguished guests, in Eswatini, unintended pregnancies occur in alarming numbers. According to the Demographic and Health Survey, 64% of births were unintended. 37% were not wanted at all. 27% were mistimed. The government of the Kingdom of Eswatini, working in close collaboration with United Nations Population Fund and other development partners, will continue to facilitate the implementation of population interventions that contribute towards ensuring that young adolescent girls are kept in school for as long as they can. These interventions include the provision of sexual and reproductive health related information and services that are age appropriate and culturally sensitive in order to bring about positive behavior and reduce unplanned pregnancy and other sexually transmitted infections, including HIV. At this juncture, distinguished guests, may I underscore the government's efforts to empower girls through education, including increasing the age and marriage that will contribute, we believe, significantly towards the nation reaping the benefits of the demographic dividend. The education of girls is recognized all over the world as one of the most important development initiatives which results in profound demographic, social, and economic benefits for families, communities, and nations. In closing, let me express my government's appreciation to the UNFPA head of office and her staff at UNFPA for the financial and technical support in implementing the population and development agenda in our kingdom. The government of the Republic of South Africa is very much appreciated for hosting this important event, including collaboration with other countries within the southern region. Let me appreciate the efficiency and the warmth with which we have been treated from our arrival at OR Tambo all the way up to the airport here, which is named after one of the greatest that ever lived on this earth. Siyabonga. Thank you.
Siyabonga, Minister. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Gina from the Kingdom of Eswatini, and really sharing with us some of the work that the Kingdom of Eswatini is doing around this very important program. So we really appreciate that, Honorable Minister. At this point in time, I'd like to call upon Mr. Daniel Epembe Masango, who is the Secretary General in the Ministry of Planning from the Democratic Republic of Congo, who will also share very brief remarks with us around the work that they are doing in the Republic of Congo. Can you put your hands together for the Secretary General? Thank you.
Bonjour à tous.
Good day, everyone. Thank you very much indeed, Excellency, Ministers, honorable members of the Provincial Parliament of KwaZulu Natal, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. It is for me a great honor as the Secretary General of the Ministry of Planning of the DRC to speak to you on behalf of His Excellency Christian Mambula Kabulo, who is State Minister.
Alors, vous cherchez.
Donc on va essayer.
Ok. Alors là, je dois aller lentement pour vous permettre.
Merci beaucoup.
C'est bon.
Je vais prendre un micro.
ministre s'appelle Christian Mwando Simba. Mwando Simba Kabulo. Kabulo.
Je vais traduire à chaque fois un tout petit peu, donc si vous pouvez faire une pause et puis je continue.
D'accord.
National du plan de la République démocratique du Congo,
Minister of Planning of the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Pleased to be here with you today in my quality of Secretary General at the Ministry of Plan and Development.
prononcer au nom de son Excellence, Monsieur le ministre d'État, ministre du Plan, Monsieur Christian Mwando Simba Kabulo,
To deliver a speech on behalf of His Excellency Christian Mundo Simba Kabulo, State's Ministry of Development and Planning.
les mots de la République démocratique du Congo à l'occasion de ces assises de Durban sur le lancement régional du rapport 2022 sur l'état de la population mondiale.
The words from the Democratic Republic of Congo at this important launch of the State of the Population Report 2022 on the dhansen crisis on unintended pregnancy.
Avant toute chose, permettez-moi d'adresser les remerciements les plus chaleureux de mon pays, la République démocratique du Congo, aux organisateurs de ce forum placé sous le thème « Voir l'invisible, les arguments en faveur d'une action dans la crise négligée des grossesses non désirées ».
So first of all, let me thank you very much, all the organizer of this important launch, to discuss the report, Seeing the Unseen, the case for action in the neglected crisis of unintended pregnancy.
Associer la République démocratique du Congo à cet important événement s'avère opportun au moment où le gouvernement de la République démocratique du Congo, suivant la vision éclairée de son Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République, chef de l'État, Félix-Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo, s'est résolument engagé sous la conduite du programme du gouvernement piloté par son Excellence Monsieur Jean-Michel Samalukonde, Premier ministre, chef du gouvernement.
So thank you very much for having the Democratic Republic of Congo for this important discussion. As this is aligned with the vision from the President Tshisekedi, Its Excellency President Tshisekedi, as well the First Minister Jean-Michel Samalukonde, sorry.
Qui s'est résolument engagé dans le processus de la mise en place de la couverture santé universelle avec au centre la situation de la femme et de jeunes filles, d'une part, et d'autre part, l'implémentation de la gratuité de l'enseignement de base avec focus sur l'instruction de la jeune fille.
So this is aligned with the vision from the government to ensure universal health access, really putting women and girls at the center of this, also align with the vision in the DRC to ensure that education is free.
Mesdames et messieurs, distingués invités, point de besoin de rappeler que le bien-être des populations passe également par la capacité de famille à mieux planifier et organiser le foyer.
So is it clear that the well-being of the population is really linked to the capacity and the ability of the family to plan family, for family planning?
Cependant, les grossesses non désirées contribuent à perturber une meilleure planification et organisation du foyer.
So unintended pregnancy put at risk family planning and the possibility for family to plan better.
Concernant la République démocratique du Congo, les informations sur les grossesses non désirées et les évolutions au cours de ces années montrent qu'elles ont des conséquences désastreuses.
So the latest data on unintended pregnancy in the DRC for the last 5 years shows how unintended pregnancy has really tremendous consequences.
En effet, au cours de l'enquête démographique et de santé 2, des questions relatives à chaque enfant né les 5 dernières années et à la grossesse actuelle ont été posées aux femmes.
So the recent demographic survey really asked a specific question to women to look at unintended pregnancy.
Ces questions avaient pour objectif de déterminer si, lorsque la femme s'est trouvée enceinte, elle souhaitait être enceinte à ce moment-là.
The question included really looked at whether the pregnant woman, the women who were pregnant, wanted to be pregnant at that time.
Il ressort malheureusement que sur 10 naissances, 9 sont des naissances non désirées, soit 95% étaient désirées. La plupart de ces naissances, soit 71%, se sont produites au moment voulu et dans 24% des cas, les femmes auraient préféré qu'elles se produisent plus tard.
The results show that a lot of those pregnancy were not desired. And it shows also that in 24%, among 24% of women said that they didn't want to be pregnant at that time.
Par rapport à l'âge de la mère à la naissance de l'enfant, il ressort de cette enquête que les naissances de mieux planifiées sont celles de femmes ayant eu leurs enfants entre 20 et 34 ans.
It's also showed that pregnancy are planned among women who are older, especially women between 20 and 34 years old.
Par ailleurs, les naissances non désirées sont surtout observées chez les familles les plus âgées, 21% à 40 et 44 ans et 23% entre 45 et 49 ans.
It's also showed that the unintended pregnancy are disproportionately represented among family and women with the older age.
En comparant l'indice synthétique de fécondité désirée à l'indice synthétique de fécondité actuel, pour les 3 années précédentes, l'enquête, le calcul de l'indice synthétique de fécondité désiré est analogue à celui de l'indice de synthétique de fécondité actuel.
So it shows that the indicator related to desired fecundity and actual fecundity are quite similar.
Ainsi, pour la même période, l'indice synthétique de fécondité désiré est estimé à 5,3 enfants par femme et l'indice synthétique de fécondité actuel à 6,6 enfants par femme.
It showed that the index related to on desired fecundity equal to 5.3 children per woman. And when we look at the index on actual fecundity, it is approximately 6.3 children per woman.
Ceci sous-tend que si toutes les naissances non désirées avaient été évitées, les femmes auraient en moyenne 1,3 enfants d'au moins.
It shows that if we have managed to prevent unintended pregnancy, a woman will have approximately 1.3 children.
Mesdames et messieurs, dans mon pays, la République démocratique du Congo, comme par ailleurs, une grossesse planifiée dans un foyer est un événement heureux. Toutefois, plusieurs facteurs perturbent une bonne planification du foyer, notamment
So in my country, in the DRC, having a planned pregnancy, it's a very happy event, but very often is disrupted by several factors.
Notamment, je disais, le manque d'informations fiables et disponibles des services sur la santé sexuelle et reproductive, y compris la planification familiale.
So, for example, the key factor are the limited access to quality and accurate information on sexual reproductive health and rights, and the access to services, as well as limited access to family planning.
Le manque de sensibilisation et le choix limité aux méthodes contraceptives.
Also the limited sensitization about family planning, sexual reproductive health and rights, but also the access to a wide range of contraception.
Les inégalités de genre et le faible pouvoir économique de la femme, ainsi que le faible niveau d'études et d'instruction, les violences sexuelles et celles basées sur le genre par partenaires intimes.
Also key factor are gender inequality, also limited women economic empowerment, limited education and completion of education, and also the prevalence of gender-based violence.
Et quand survient la grossesse, pour la plupart des cas, elle est qualifiée d'accident de parcours.
And when we intend the pregnancy, it's qualified as an accident.
En République démocratique du Congo, le manque d'information et la faible utilisation de moyens de contraception en constituent les principaux facteurs selon les conclusions de l'enquête démographique et de santé. 88% de femmes sexuellement actives connaissent au moins une méthode contraceptive moderne.
So according to the latest research, the demographic research, it's really showed that the one root cause or root factor conducting to unintended pregnancy are the lack to access information, and also the limited use of contraception. Approximately 88% of women sexually active know one type of contraception.
En plus de la prévalence contraceptive, demeure faible, en moyenne 18% seulement des femmes mariées ou en union utilisent une méthode contraceptive moderne et 72% n'utilisent aucune méthode.
So the prevalence of contraception use, it's quite limited. Only 18% of married women use one method, and approximately 72% of women do not use any contraceptive method.
Il est à noter que les mariages forcés et d'enfants contribuent aussi aux grossesses non désirées. 27% d'adolescentes âgées de 15 à 19 ans ont soit déjà eu une naissance vivante, soit sont enceintes d'un premier enfant.
So child marriage is also one of the contributors to unintended pregnancy. Approximately 27% of adolescents between 15 and 19 years old either had a live birth or are currently pregnant.
Mesdames et messieurs, la survenance d'une grossesse non désirée pendant l'adolescence est un signe révélateur d'insuffisance d'encadrement en matière de sexualité et de besoins non satisfaits en matière de contraception.
The occurrence of an unintended pregnancy amongst adolescents show that there is limited access in a poor household, also coming from rural area and with limited instruction.
Les adolescents, les jeunes ont des rapports sexuels précoces et non protégés. D'après, à 19 ans, ont déjà eu leur premier rapport sexuel. 22% les ont eu avant l'âge de 15 ans.
So, unintended
Proportion d'adolescents ayant commencé leur vie féconde augmente avec l'âge, passant de 6% à 15 ans à 45, âge auquel 42% de jeunes filles ont déjà eu au moins un enfant. Seulement 22,4% des adolescentes et 26,5% des adolescents ont eu un rapport sans utiliser les préservatifs.
The 42% of women among who are 19 years old had already a child, but we also see that with the age, the propension of not using protection is decreasing. And so only 26% of young women have had one sexual relation without using protection.
Mesdames et messieurs, très souvent, des grossesses qui en résultent soldent
With not qualified providers, and very often, 30% of those in safe abortion are really provided by non-qualified personnel.
Dans les cas où les grossesses sont conservées, les adolescentes victimes des grossesses non désirées sont, dans la majorité des cas, les enfants qui interrompent ou qui abandonnent brusquement leur scolarité.
And when the adolescent decide, or when the adolescent keep the pregnancy, are led to keep the pregnancy, very often this results in the school dropping.
Des mesures sont ainsi préconisées pour faire face à cette situation. Ainsi, dans le cadre de l'initiative pour la forêt de l'Afrique centrale, CAFI en sigle, dont le protocole d'accord a été signé récemment à Glasgow entre le président de la République, chef de l'État, son Excellence Félix Tshisekedi Tshilombo, et le Premier ministre britannique, M. Boris Johnson, des actions prioritaires ont été retenues, à savoir la sensibilisation de la population sur les conséquences des grossesses non désirées, l'amélioration des services de la planification familiale et la définition de la politique démographique.
So there are several measures that have been taken by the government of the Democratic Republic of Congo, but also with partnership with other countries such as the Great Britain. The priority action, first of all, is to sensitize the population about unintended pregnancy, to also strengthen family planning services, and also support the policy development.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, la République démocratique du Congo ne peut plus que recommander à l'attention de toutes et tous la poursuite des efforts récents d'amélioration de l'accès à la contraception et son adoption parmi les femmes désireuses d'espacer ou de limiter leur maternité, et enfin la prise de mesures pour la mise en œuvre du protocole de Maputo et d'autres réformes des politiques récentes en améliorant les plans de services contraceptifs et les soins après ou post-avortement.
So the Democratic Republic of Congo welcome all the efforts to support the access to contraception and to work with the women who want to use contraception to limit or to space a birth. But also the DRC also welcome the implementation, the effort to implement the Maputo Protocol, and also all effort related to plan better services related to sexual reproductive health and right, including services looking at the impact of unsafe abortion.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, je vous remercie pour votre aimable attention.
Excellency, thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Mosango, pour les remarques profondes. I just wanted to show you that I can speak French. And I hope that you are able to, and I'm correct actually. So I hope that you would have learned some French during Mr. Masango's remarks, and really reminding us, Mr. Masango, thank you very much, really reminding us that pregnancies are supposed to be happy experiences, happy events, but because of disruptions and limited information, and in cases limited support and access to contraceptives, and some of the other examples that you gave us, sometimes it does turn to be a bit of a challenging occasion when it ought to be a celebratory occasion. So thank you very much. One more time, Mr. Masango. Can we give Mr. Masango a hand? Merci beaucoup, monsieur. Thank you very much. At this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask our Speaker of the Provincial Legislature to come up, Honorable Nontombe Ego Boyce. And as she comes up, I would like for the KCAP Marimba Band to get themselves ready. We will do one item, and we will welcome His Excellency the Premier, the Honorable Premier, immediately after that. So we will introduce the Premier accordingly. So, Honorable Speaker, you are most welcome. Can we give our Speaker a hand? Thank you.
Program Director, Mr. Linton Mkunu, Pagade Agagugi. the Premier of KwaZulu Natal, Mr. Zigalala, the Minister of Social Development in South Africa, who's connected, Ms. Zulu, the leaders and ministers that are representing the countries that are amongst us, Malawi, Namibia, Eswatini, DRC, and Zimbabwe. The MEC for Social Development in the province of KwaZulu Natal, Manzimande, dignitaries that are amongst us, especially those that are representing other countries. KwaZulu Natal legislature, representing all 8 parties that are party to this house. We take a great pleasure in being part of this gathering here today. This gathering here, drawn from both SADC and the East African Economic, to receive the report on the State of World Population Report is very important to us. The importance of this report to us, both as citizens and legislators, can never be ever overemphasized. The high rate of population increase over time has come with some indicators that hinder economic growth and development. This was also made worse by the high rate of unintended pregnancy, especially those that are as a result of teenage pregnancy and rape. Most of these pregnancies have happened where there is unequal power relations in a relationship of a man and a woman. But it also happened where there is a huge age gap, where the young women are in relationships with much older men. And this has created economic dependency. This affects us all because also as a province, we have seen a rise of child-headed households and women-headed households, which then have an effect of unemployment and forced school dropouts, to mention just a few. Once the government in the province of KwaZulu Natal, like the government in the province, has been doing everything possible to mitigate this situation, but also ourselves as the legislators have had a role to play. It is therefore in that understanding that I commit the KwaZulu Natal legislature, through exercising its constitutional mandate of lawmaking, oversight, and public participation, to actively play a role in supporting all government programs and initiatives aimed at dealing with this situation. We have, over time, through both the Quality of Life and Social Development Committees of the House, been actively participating in public education about the ills of teenage pregnancy and economic dependency by young women on men. The Quality of Life and Social Development portfolios have been actively participating in public education. And our work has included us dealing with ukutwala, which is a known tradition, but that have been turned into something that is a demon, where we see our young girls being married off to older men, not because they have a choice. We know that in the old age, there was a practice of ukutwala, but we also know that it was not in the manner that we are practicing it and seeing it in some areas. This, I see it as no different to organized rape of young women and girls. Taking away from them their future, because when we do not allow our young girls to go to school, get education, and decide when to get married and who to get married to, it is a travesty to justice. This we will continue doing as the legislature of KwaZulu Natal, through collaborations with traditional leaders, especially in the affected districts. We have been to Herigwala district, we have been to Utukela district, we have been to Umkanyagude district, but we will continue doing it because when it happens in KwaZulu Natal in a district, it means it happens in the Republic of South Africa, therefore happening in SADC. We are also going to continue doing this, including using our sectoral parliaments. We just came from the youth parliament, but we are also intending to hold our Young Women's Symposium by the end of August, where we will, amongst other matters, deal with the unintended consequences of pregnancies in the development of women and participation in the economy. We commit, therefore, to use this report that we'll get here in coming up with impactful and needed oversight mechanism to rid our province of this ill. Honorable Minister Zulu, in line with the vision of our legislature, that of creating an activist, people-centered legislature, we will undertake all our oversight interventions through our stakeholders in the province, represented by the various sectors that we interact with through the sectoral parliaments. But of course, we will be guided by what is the plan of government in the province, which I know has prioritized the end of teenage pregnancy, especially in our schools. We therefore, on behalf, as the KwaZulu Natal legislature, wish you all, as regional governments, well in tackling this crisis of unintended pregnancies. We will not watch and critique, but we will be with you in the work, and of course, guided by our constitutional mandate. Thank you.
Sibonge kakhulu speaker. Ngicela simshayele izandla futhi speaker. Siyabonga kakhulu. Siyabonga kakhulu speaker, and really speaker has reminded us about the importance of women and girls' voices, that they must never be drowned and they must be heard loud and clear, and that young women and girls must be given choice. And thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for also committing that you will use this report that has been put together, even as we get lessons from various countries, etc., and we'll make use of this report moving forward to ensure that even the recommendations of the report are taken into account and implemented. I would like to very quickly welcome our band, the K-Cap. They will render a quick rendition. Thank you very much. Ngicela sibashayele izandla. Thank you very much. I thought we were going to, once again, nge-iPhone bakwethu. Sicela ukuze iPhone. Khona abangenawo ama-iPhone. So mhlambe mabezwa, if they hear the sound of the iPhone, they may be encouraged to go and buy an iPhone. Awuzweke. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Premier, earlier this morning, our delegates visited the Intuthuko Youth Club, which is in Ndwendwe, a local municipality. And it is an NPO which is funded by the Provincial Department of Social Development. And the NPO is a youth-led NPO, and they address a number of issues related to youth matters. In the main, they focus on skills development to address areas of unemployment. They also deal with issues of crime. They have programs that are lined up which are dealing with drug and alcohol abuse as well as teenage pregnancy, and of course social behavioral change. And our honorable guests, Honorable Premier, were very happy at the visit, and I'm hoping that our honorable guests will invite the young people who run that NPO to their various countries to go and learn how they are dealing with issues of social behavioral change. And there could be those exchanges, as the Minister of Eswatini says, that the common purpose of bringing us together is to learn from each other, share experiences and share expertise. So, Honorable Premier, on that note, I'd like everybody to stand and welcome our Honorable Premier, His Excellency Premier Sihle Zikalala. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Let's be seated. Thank you. Program Director, Mr. Linton Mkhunu Macungwane, the Minister of Social Development in South Africa, Her Excellency Minister Lindiwe Zulu, who's connected to us virtually. The MEC for Social Development in KwaZulu Natal, MEC Khoza, the Speaker of our legislature, Honorable Speaker Nontembeko Boys, Mr. Tambo Gina, Honorable Minister of Economic Planning and Development from the Kingdom of Eswatini, Bahlobo Bethu. the Professor Paul Mavima, Honorable Minister of Public Service, Labor and Social Welfare from Zimbabwe, the Deputy Minister of Health from the Republic of Malawi, Minister Mr. Paul Enoch, the delegation from Namibia, the delegation from Malawi, the delegation from DRC, Dr. Bennett Banga, the Director of Eastern Southern Africa, UNFPA, and therefore you keep the last, the best, for the last. The Princess of Africa, our dearest sister, the voice of the voiceless, Miss Yvonne Chaka Chaka. We greet you and we're blessed to have you in our midst. Members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to welcome you to this regional launch of the United Nations Population Fund's State of the World Population Report, which is to sensitize the world on priority issues affecting the dynamic of the global population. We welcome the UN and its agencies to our beautiful province of KwaZulu Natal, and because your presence here we truly feel we're part of the international and the global community. Your presence here during this launch connects us to the rest of the world, and we are pleased that you have chosen KwaZulu Natal for this strategic launch and this venue, which is Zimbabwe. Well, I'm grateful that you have taken a turn and you went home to Ndwedwe this morning to feel for your own the work that young people are doing to develop and contribute to the population growth and the development of the society. We welcome you to this part of our province, having been battered but not broken by the recent floods. We are strengthened by the words that you have expressed, and they give us courage. We welcome you to this part of the province, the home of Chief Albert Luthuli, the first Nobel Peace Laureate in Africa. Our country is guided to a large extent by the National Development Plan, which among others set targets to be attained if we are to become a developed country over the next decade or so. The National Development Plan envisages a South Africa that by 2030 will reach a stage where birth or the birth rate are falling and the population is stabilizing, having a labor force of 64% of population, with children and elders being the smallest segment in the society. This is because internationally, such demographic profiles are associated with rising income, faster productivity growth, higher savings, and rising living standard. This would be the opposite of the current situation where young people are in majority and the majority of them are unemployed and found themselves committing crime, alcohol and substance abuse, as well as other social ills. as the provincial government of KwaZulu-Natal, we see planning as an important tool of administration and have set up our own plan. We have what we call the Provincial Planning Commission, which have developed the Provincial Growth and Development Plan as well as our strategy. This report of particular importance to us as we implement this Provincial Growth and Development Plan, and it comes at a time where we do have to ensure that we complement the work we're doing to fight unemployment, poverty, and inequality. Thus, Your Excellency, Minister from the Kingdom of Eswatini, you are not only here to learn from us, we are equally prepared and looking forward to learn from you. We're meeting here as a greater part of SADC, and this part of our province often hosts number of countries that comes from Southern Africa. Your Excellency, you will know that at the beginning of the year, KwaZulu-Natal always hosts Umkhosi Wamaganu, where we are always blessed with a visit from the Eswatini and Mozambique. And therefore, we should share experiences, share knowledge, and prosper together. This year's report is entitled Seeing the Unseen, the case of action in the neglected crisis of unintended pregnancy. It thus amplifies the latest evidence of unintended pregnancy and its impact on women, young girls, households, society, and global development. The report is presented as our country is pushing back to eliminate the alarming high level of gender-based violence against women and children. Unintended pregnancies, especially among young girls, are in our view becoming a runway fire that is obliterating the future of our young girls and therefore hindering them from progressing and blossoming. The rate of teenage pregnancy is, of course, remain relatively high both in our province and the country. What is even shocking is the pregnancy rate among girls who are still in the pre-teenage stage. It is reported that the majority of girls who fall pregnant drop out of schools in South Africa every year. And therefore that affects their future and therefore end up having a lot of young girls who are disadvantaged while boys continues to study or the elders continues to work even after impregnating the girls. KwaZulu-Natal experiences 18,550 births by girls at the age between
La
10
province du KwaZulu-Natal enregistre des naissances de 18 600 filles par an. Et j'ai suivi les statistiques qui ont été présentées par son Excellence, qui parlait de 1,7. Et nous en sommes à 18 000. Et cela vous dit beaucoup de choses à propos des défis auxquels nous sommes confrontés. Donc, dans nos différents pays, il existe une corrélation entre la grossesse des adolescentes et le développement. Et étant donné que c'est une caractéristique commune aux pays en développement, nous pensons que les grossesses précoces ne devraient pas être un obstacle pour la participation des filles dans l'activité économique et sociale. Et nous sensibilisons également les garçons et les hommes sur leur comportement en vue de s'assurer qu'ils jouent un rôle qui vise à s'assurer et qui vise à protéger les filles et les femmes. Et nous voulons également éradiquer la violence sexiste. Le rapport indique que le développement social et économique ainsi que l'inégalité entre les genres ont une corrélation avec les grossesses non planifiées. Et le rapport indique également en faveur, du moins le rapport plaide en faveur des interventions qui visent donc à réduire les grossesses non planifiées. En outre, il indique également que ces grossesses précoces sont donc un obstacle à l'évolution des jeunes filles. Et nous voulons insister sur ce message. Donc, la grossesse devrait être un choix, ne devrait pas être obligatoire. Mais bien sûr, la grossesse doit être planifiée. Selon ce rapport, les grossesses non intentionnelles continuent d'être un fardeau important dans plusieurs pays d'Afrique de l'Est et australe. Et le taux de naissance dans la région est de 92% ou alors 92 sur 1000 filles âgées de 19 à 50 ans. C'est un défi. Dans la région, 31% des filles se sont mariées étaient mariées déjà à l'âge de 18 ans, comparé à ce qu'on voit dans d'autres pays du monde où le taux est à 26%. Le rapport indique également que les grossesses des adolescentes ont augmenté pendant la pandémie. Et cela a été attribué à la disponibilité limitée des espaces sécurisés et donc d'autres facteurs qui ont été causés par la COVID-19, tels que les écoles qui n'étaient pas ouvertes. Et la COVID-19 a également contribué à limiter l'accès à la prise en charge sur le plan de la santé reproductive. Donc, nous devons redoubler d'efforts pour protéger les plus vulnérables de notre société, qui sont les filles. Les grossesses non intentionnelles sont donc un phénomène de société qui demande des actions ciblées de sensibilisation et d'éducation. Mais nous devons également mettre un accent particulier, pas seulement sur les femmes, mais sur les auteurs de ces actes néfastes, qui sont les garçons et les hommes. Donc, l'une des batailles que nous menons, c'est contre les papagâteaux. Alors, c'est un phénomène qui est en pleine croissance et qui consiste en des hommes plus âgés qui exploitent les jeunes filles sur la base du fait qu'ils ont accès à des ressources financières qui leur permettent de leur donner, de leur fournir une certaine aisance matérielle. Alors, le rapport indique également que les jeunes filles ont tendance à être infectées par le VIH-Sida plutôt que leurs homologues garçons. Et ça, c'est souvent dû au fait que les jeunes filles se retrouvent en relation avec des hommes plus âgés et c'est ainsi qu'elles se retrouvent infectées par le VIH-Sida. À l'école, les filles sont toutes séronégatives, mais après donc leur bac, 12% d'entre elles deviennent séropositives. Et cela dit beaucoup de choses sur les dangers qui guettent cette tranche d'âge. Nous devons donc sensibiliser la génération plus âgée sur son comportement et l'amener à éviter d'exploiter les jeunes filles. Par la même occasion, les jeunes filles attrapent donc des grossesses de la part des personnes, des hommes plus âgés, même lorsqu'elles ne sont pas prêtes à élever des enfants. Donc, la société doit condamner ces pratiques qui sont donc perpétrées par les hommes âgés qui utilisent l'argent pour poursuivre les jeunes filles. Et ce genre de comportement ne devrait pas être toléré. Et les autres causes de grossesse précoce sont également l'engagement précoce dans les activités sexuelles et les activités sexuelles non protégées. Et la grossesse des adolescentes a également pour cause la violence, le rapport sexuel intergénérationnel et bien sûr le phénomène des papas gâteaux que j'ai évoqué tantôt. Donc, nous devons à tout prix protéger la jeune fille. Et nous accueillons avec satisfaction la publication de ce rapport sur l'état de la population mondiale qui nous servira d'outil pour combattre ces fléaux. Et nous voulons saisir également cette opportunité et au nom des populations de la province du KwaZulu-Natal, de vous souhaiter la bienvenue, mais bien sûr de vous témoigner notre engagement vis-à-vis de la lutte pour éradiquer l'exploitation des filles ainsi que l'éradication des grossesses précoces afin que les jeunes filles éclorent effectivement et deviennent également le fer de lance de notre nation. Je vous remercie. Bien. Une ovation pour l'honorable gouverneur de la province du KwaZulu-Natal. Quel propos plein d'inspiration de la part de monsieur le gouverneur. Combattre le phénomène des papagâteaux, c'est inadmissible et ça doit être dénoncé et l'on doit mettre fin à ce phénomène. Merci à vous, monsieur le gouverneur, pour ces propos plein d'inspiration. Et il y a également l'aspect du changement de comportement. Donc, cet appel lancé par le gouverneur visant à s'assurer que les efforts sont multipliés pour protéger les droits des filles et des femmes. Nous vous remercions infiniment, monsieur le gouverneur. Mesdames et messieurs, sans plus tarder, j'aimerais à présent donc faire appel à son Excellence ministre Lindiwe Zulu, mais avant de le faire, j'aimerais tout simplement m'assurer que, du moins, j'aimerais demander à la princesse d'Afrique, notre mère, Yvonne Chaka Chaka, de se tenir debout afin que toute la salle puisse la voir et l'honorer. S'il vous plaît, maman, tenez-vous debout. Nous vous remercions infiniment. Maman, j'entends des voix qui viennent du fond de la salle disant chanter une chanson. Donc, eh bien, on ne sait jamais, peut-être qu'il y a une surprise quelque part. Maman peut nous surprendre avec quelques airs plus tard au cours de cette cérémonie. Eh bien, Madame Lindiwe Zulu est ministre du Développement social. Elle est membre du comité exécutif national. Elle est donc la présidente du sous-comité de l'ANC sur les relations internationales. Et donc, elle, en venant des Swatini, elle a rejoint l'ANC après donc, le soulèvement de 1976. Ensuite, elle a vécu à Morogoro, en Tanzanie, où elle a bénéficié d'une bourse pour étudier le journalisme en Russie. Elle a obtenu son master's en journalisme en Russie. Après ses études à Moscou, elle a rejoint l'Umkhonto, la branche armée de l'ANC, et après avoir donc, après ses études, après donc cette étape, elle est donc a rejoint le mouvement des femmes. En Angola, elle a donc tenu plusieurs postes de communication et en 1989, elle a été nommée directrice de la communication du département des affaires religieuses de l'ANC et elle a également donc servi au bureau ougandais de l'ANC. Elle est ensuite revenue en Afrique du Sud où elle a tenu le rôle de responsable de la communication au sein de l'ANC. Madame Zulu a été élue comme porte-parole de la première dispensation démocratique de la nouvelle Afrique du Sud démocratique en 1994. Et elle a été également nommée vice-présidente du Parlement provincial de la province du Ratin. Elle a été également au ministère des Affaires étrangères et en 2001, elle a été nommée directrice principale pour la région Afrique de l'Ouest. En 2003, elle a quitté le gouvernement pour se retrouver au secteur privé. Et elle a travaillé dans le groupe Vodacom comme responsable des relations internationales. En 2004, elle est devenue ambassadeur d'Afrique du Sud au Brésil. Et elle a été élue au comité exécutif de l'ANC, premièrement en 2007 et deuxièmement en 2009. Madame Zulu a été également élue comme membre du Parlement pour le parti de l'ANC. Elle a été également nommée conseiller spécial du président de la République sur les relations internationales. En 2014, Madame Zulu a été donc nommée la première ministre des PME en Afrique du Sud et en 2019, elle a été nommée ministre du Développement social. Ministre Zulu est particulièrement intéressée par les questions liées à la protection des groupes vulnérables, des femmes, des jeunes, des enfants et des personnes handicapées. Mesdames et messieurs, Madame Zulu pour son discours liminaire. Merci beaucoup, monsieur le modérateur. Malheureusement, je ne peux pas mettre en marche ma caméra pour une raison ou une autre, je n'arrive pas à la faire marcher. Peut-être que les techniciens pourront m'aider avec ça. J'ai déjà essayé, mais malheureusement, ça ne marche pas. Mais nous n'allons pas trop nous embêter avec cela. Je vais plutôt passer au discours. Je viens encore d'essayer. Malheureusement, la caméra ne coopère toujours pas. Alors, honorable gouverneur de la province du KwaZulu-Natal, honorable Sikle Zikalala, merci beaucoup d'avoir donc accepté d'accueillir cette conférence dans la province du KwaZulu-Natal. Je sais que le KwaZulu-Natal a toujours et toujours prêt à accueillir tout le monde, malgré la catastrophe qui l'a frappé récemment. Je parle des inondations qui ont eu lieu il y a donc un mois, mais la vie continue. Madame Nontantla également, ma sœur et camarade, nous travaillons toujours ensemble. Le président du Parlement provincial du KwaZulu-Natal, honorable Nontobeko, et merci beaucoup pour vos propos tantôt. J'étais déjà sur la plateforme, donc je vous ai écouté. Et j'aimerais également remercier le ministre Tambotina, du responsable de la planification au Royaume des Swatini, notre invité, et l'honorable professeur Mavima, ministre de la fonction publique, du travail et du bien-être social au Zimbabwe. Voilà quelqu'un d'autre que j'aime beaucoup, l'honorable vice-ministre de la Santé du Malawi, Enoch Palé. Et j'ai également vu, vous avez salué la présence de ma sœur Yvonne Chaka Chaka tantôt, et très heureuse de l'avoir prendre part à ce rassemblement. Et nous avons également le directeur du centre de santé Ketomena et Mme Kizé, qui j'espère qu'elle est là également, et toutes les personnes qui jouent un rôle important dans ce domaine, et y compris les partenaires et bien sûr qui sont associés au travail que nous présentons aujourd'hui, le rapport du FNUAP. J'aimerais également saluer la présence des deux délégations de la SADC et du FNUAP présentes dans la salle pour cet événement, et je suis très heureuse qu'ils aient donc présenté, qu'ils aient pris l'initiative de présenter ce rapport à l'Afrique du Sud, mais pas seulement à l'Afrique du Sud, mais à la région tout entière. Merci pour votre présence. Donc, bien sûr, les attentes sont, c'est donc l'opportunité pour toute la région de partager des idées sur ce qui devrait être fait pour faire face aux questions soulevées par ce rapport. Je sais que quelques intervenants ont déjà fait référence à ce rapport depuis le début de ces travaux. Je me rappelle quand le gouverneur parlait tantôt, je l'écoutais et je me suis dit, tous ces problèmes sociaux auxquels nous sommes confrontés, pas seulement en Afrique du Sud, mais partout ailleurs dans le monde. Nous sommes en Allemagne aujourd'hui et c'est intéressant de voir que les jeunes dans ce pays nous parlent des mêmes problèmes que nos jeunes évoquent souvent devant nous. Dans nos pays. Nous avons donc rencontré des jeunes femmes qui sont membres du Parlement, âgées de moins de 14 ans, et elles évoquaient également les défis auxquels elles sont confrontées en tant que femmes parlementaires. Et quand je les écoutais, je me suis dit, tant qu'elle n'est pas capable de prendre des décisions elle-même, les choses ne changeront pas. Et tant que les conditions n'existent pas pour qu'elle puisse prendre les décisions, ces problèmes ne disparaîtront jamais. Et je parle ici des grossesses précoces, papa gâteau et tous ces phénomènes que monsieur le gouverneur a évoqués tantôt. Donc, je pense que le moment est opportun de permettre à elle de prendre des décisions sur le genre de vie qu'elle veut mener bien avant qu'elle n'arrive même au lycée ou à l'université. Nous devons créer un environnement propice qui lui permet à elle de décider. Mais surtout, et nous ne pouvons pas prendre à la légère ces problèmes, étant donné même que cela s'étend jusqu'à la réalité des relations entre les genres et que ça affecte la santé reproductive et les droits des jeunes filles. Et ce sont des droits qui sont souvent méprisés. Et donc, lorsqu'on regarde le rapport sur l'état de la population, les conditions dans lesquelles évoluent les femmes nous interpellent à jouer notre rôle parce que ce n'est pas flatteur du tout. Et lorsque je parle de nous parle de nous en tant qu'un groupe uni, on parle des familles, je parle des familles, je parle des communautés. Qu'arrive-t-il aux jeunes femmes d'une rue à une autre, d'une communauté à une autre, lorsqu'on parle de l'autonomisation des femmes, lorsqu'on parle de créer un environnement propice pour leur développement? Ne nous limitons pas aux grands discours de haut niveau, allons jusqu'à la base, à la maison, dans la rue, dans la communauté. Alors, cette année, le rapport sur l'état de la population met au grand jour, expose au grand jour les vulnérabilités auxquelles les femmes sont confrontées au quotidien. Et ce qui est assez révélateur dans ce rapport, c'est que les grossesses non intentionnelles continuent d'être un fléau dans plusieurs pays d'Afrique australe et de l'Est. Et avec la COVID-19, nous savons et que cette situation s'est empirée. Et c'est le message que j'ai toujours voulu que mon département ministériel ainsi que le reste de l'Afrique du Sud à travers les autres ministères de transmettre. Lorsqu'on parle des grossesses, on parle même des filles qui tombent enceintes avant leur adolescence. Alors là, je me pose la question de savoir qui grossit une fille de moins de 12 ans. Ce n'est pas un garçon de 11 ans, ce n'est pas un garçon de 9 ans, ce sont des adultes. Et donc, le principal facteur qui contribue à ces grossesses non désirées, c'est le manque d'accès aux méthodes de contraception. Donc, on doit applaudir apprécier les efforts du FNUAP à travers ce partenariat qui joue un rôle important pour mettre à disposition donc les implants et les autres éléments de protection que peuvent utiliser les jeunes. Donc, il ne s'agit pas seulement d'utiliser ces outils, mais c'est aussi de l'information à laquelle les filles ont accès pour pouvoir prendre les décisions elles-mêmes. Et c'est l'une des raisons pour lesquelles j'insiste toujours sur le fait que tant qu'elle n'est pas capable de prendre ces décisions, les problèmes ne disparaîtront pas. Les statistiques indiquent que le taux de naissance parmi les adolescents en Afrique du Sud est de 85 sur 1000.
41 per 1,000 girls. What is more shocking is that in the SADC region, 32% of the girls were married by the age of 18 in 2019, compared to 20% globally. While Africa's unintended pregnancy rate dropped by 15%.
Les grossesses non intentionnelles ont baissé au cours des 30 dernières années, mais le taux demeure très élevé. En Afrique australe, 65% des grossesses entre 15 et 19 ans étaient non intentionnelles et certaines ont fini par un avortement. Et il faut donc voir les conditions dans lesquelles se déroule cet avortement. Et donc, il y a des conséquences associées à cela. Et ça, c'est un fardeau supplémentaire pour les familles qui doivent, qui bien sûr reçoivent une compensation financière lorsque cela ne devrait pas être ainsi. Donc, le ministère du Développement social s'est engagé dans une campagne de sensibilisation sur l'éradication de la grossesse des adolescentes dans différentes provinces, le KwaZulu, Natal, le Limpopo, Gauteng et le Mpumalanga. Et alors, nous voulons également que les autres pays représentés ici aujourd'hui puissent donc accéder à ce rapport qui peut être très utile. Et ça, il parle de ce qu'on peut faire lorsqu'on constate des problèmes sur le terrain, surtout en zone rurale. À présent, nous voulons donc nous tourner vers la recherche des solutions pour faire face au problème des grossesses non intentionnelles et nous voulons également éradiquer, promouvoir l'égalité du genre pour autonomiser les femmes et la participation des garçons et des hommes dans le débat est très importante. Je me rappelle quand on était au KwaZulu Natal, nous avons invité des garçons et des filles qui étaient présents dans la salle et certains d'entre eux avaient grossi des adolescentes et il nous a fallu que nous échangions avec eux. Il nous faut trouver des solutions à ce problème de grossesse non intentionnelle. Nous devons changer notre façon de penser et nous devons protéger les droits de la femme dans le contexte de l'égalité des genres tel que promu par les Nations Unies. C'est les mêmes Nations Unies qui sont derrière l'ODD 5 qui est donc qui porte sur l'égalité des genres et il dispose de cet objectif que tous sont égaux et tout le monde a le droit de vivre sans violence et sans discrimination et doit être autonomisé pour améliorer les conditions de vie des personnes vulnérables, y compris les femmes, les jeunes et les LGBTQ. Il existe donc une stratégie sanitaire pour donc promouvoir ces droits.
And in closing,
et pour conclure, le thème agir pour résoudre la crise oubliée des grossesses non intentionnelles. On doit prendre cela au sérieux et envisager des programmes pour promouvoir le dialogue intergénérationnel. Et bien sûr, il nous faudra créer un environnement qui lui permet à elle de décider, de prendre des décisions sur sa vie. Et c'est ainsi que nous allons autonomiser les femmes. Donc, unissons-nous et travaillons ensemble. Prévention, prévention, prévention. Je vous remercie. Nous vous remercions, honorable ministre, des propos assez profond que vous avez évoqué, s'assurer qu'elle décide que les droits de elle sont donc préservés. Et donc, honorable ministre, nous vous remercions et pour ces propos et nous vous remercions d'avoir trouvé le temps de venir nous dire quelques mots malgré votre programme très chargé à Berlin. Merci beaucoup. Donc, à présent, nous allons donc présenter une vidéo et nous allons une projection vidéo et j'aimerais inviter ma collègue Mapassa qui viendra donc nous parler du phénomène des influenceurs. Est-ce que les jeunes sont toujours dans la salle? Est-ce qu'il y a des jeunes de la province du KwaZulu-Natal dans la salle? Et le Cap oriental, l'État libre, Limpopo, Gauteng, le nord-ouest. Il n'y a personne du Cap du Nord. L'Afrique. Je vous remercie. Est-ce qu'on peut jouer? On peut donc avoir cette projection en vidéo, s'il vous plaît.
Chipiri pakile ratabato, vidi chipiri pakile ratasavana, vidi chipiri pakile ratabato, vidi chipiri pakile ratasavana, vidi chipiri pakile ratabato, vidi chipiri pakile ratasavana, vidi chipiri pakile ratabato. Piri chipiri pakile rata savana. Your smile and your heart, your love and your cares. Oh, Africa, how beautiful you are, how beautiful you are. Chipiri pa kile ratabato, iri chipiri pa kile rata savana, iri chipiri pa kile ratabato, iri chipiri pa kile rata savana.
Awesome. I think we can all agree that was a very refreshing and befitting way to start this dialogue that we're about to have. So, Sanbonani, good afternoon and bonsoir. I believe it's that time of the day. So we have an exciting dialogue that we have planned. It is an intergenerational policy dialogue that we will be having between young people and adolescents, as well as duty barriers who are policy and decision makers in the region. So I do recognize all of the esteemed guests and personnel in our midst and young people as well. And so in the interest of time, I will rather state that all protocol is observed, and that of course also extends to our young people in the audience as well. So I'm also recognizing the online audience that is tuning in via Zoom platforms and social media. So I invite all of you in the audience and also online to post on social media about the intergenerational dialogue that we're about to have. And we will project the social media handles that you should use to follow, and also the hashtag for the dialogue will be Seeing the Unseen and hashtag Swap 2030. So I invite the young people to really let us do what we do best and disseminate information to all those young people that are not in the room, so we ensure that the messaging that comes out from this interaction is far-reaching, because this is our report, and that's very important for us to recognize and realize. So I guess let us start off on the same footing, in first recognizing that the SWAP report is a flagship report that is prepared by the UNFPA every single year, and it essentially seeks to sensitize the world on the priority issues that are affecting dynamics of the global population. So the theme, I'm sure we're all aware of it by now, is Seeing the Unseen, the case for action in the neglected crisis of unintended pregnancy. So without much further ado, I know that we do have a bit of limited time. Please warmly join me in welcoming our panelists on the stage. That's our young people and decision makers. Please make your way onto the stage. Okay. It would have been nicer if we had some music so that we don't listen to the footsteps as we come up. Yes, please, you can sit anywhere. Yeah. Okay, we have one more person joining us, and one of our panelists from Uganda is joining virtually. So do please assist in connecting her so that we can interact with her as well. So I guess one or maybe two things that are very critical for me to outline is the fact that When we talk about unintended pregnancies, in the context of this dialogue and report, we are referring to unintended pregnancy in the context in which it affects all women and girls, and also transgender men and non-binary people from all cultures, economic stratus, religion, and marital status. So when we talk about unintended pregnancy, we're not just talking about teenage pregnancy and adolescent pregnancy, but we recognize that teenage pregnancy is a subset issue in the unintended pregnancy umbrella and context. Also, recognizing the truth that any fertile woman of any reproductive age can experience an unintended pregnancy. So I guess we all know the steep costs that are associated with unintended pregnancy. It's the cost to the individual's health, education, and their future. We are aware of the costs to the whole social and health systems, the workforces, and society. And really, the question is, why has this not inspired more action to secure bodily autonomy for all? So with that leading question, I think we can then interact with our panelists, and perhaps we could start with a question directed to Ms. Biomo Sekowa. She is from the SADC Parliamentary Forum, and she's the Secretary General. So Ms. Boa, we recognize that parliaments have a mandate to domesticate regional commitments that are aimed at mitigating unintended pregnancies. So in the context of the work that you are responsible for responding to, what would you say are the key commitments that parliaments in the region have made in order to address unintended pregnancy? Is Ms. Bioma here? Okay, we have mics on the tables. So just feel free to grab one and make sure that it's on. Okay, they're already on. I've been corrected, it's Buemo, I'm sorry, and I apologize for butchering your name. Go ahead.
I'm not sure, is it on?
Yes, it's on.
Okay, good afternoon, and my name is Buemo Sekoma. I'm the Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Most of you may not be aware, the SADC Parliamentary Forum is a regional interparliamentary organization established by a resolution of Summit of Heads of States and Government, and it is a vehicle for you to deposit issues that are pertinent at national and regional level. Let me also add by maybe welcoming and acknowledging this report and this intergenerational dialogue. I want to acknowledge that it is at the center of participatory democracy, and it is of utmost pertinence on issues such as this one, because participatory democracy entails dialogue, it entails communication, and that is why this is happening. Now, referring to your question that you have posed, the regional parliament, as you all are aware, would not replace the sovereignty of countries, or it would not take away the mandate of parliaments at national level. I'm just trying to assist you so that the question is understood in context. For that reason, I'll only refer to what have an organization such as the SADC Parliamentary Forum at regional level done to ensure that domestication of regional treaties or commitments has been domesticated or ought to be domesticated. We have 3 SADC model laws that have been developed in relation to the subject matter at hand. One being the model law on eradicating child marriages and protecting children already in marriages. The other model law that the regional or members of parliament in the SADC region have developed is the model law on gender-based violence. The other model law is that which relates to public financial management. We can talk at an advocacy level. I think that is a role that I'll leave to those players. However, when you look at all these three model laws, it speaks to issues that have been discussed today. How do we tackle unintended pregnancies in the context of rights? How do we tackle the matter at hand in the context of the right to health? How do we tackle the issues that we're discussing today insofar as bodily autonomy is concerned, among others? I realize you are fidgety, so there's a lot to align to this issue. However, that is the substance of what regional parliaments have done. The last one that I would like to emphasize on is the issue on public financial management model law. We can discuss. If parliaments don't create a budget for this, nothing will move. I thank you.
Thank you, Biomo. Now, perhaps moving on to Zimbabwe, we have Professor Paul Mavima, who is the Minister of Public Service, Labor and Social Welfare in Zimbabwe. Now, Honorable Minister, we are aware that Zimbabwe is party to a number of commitments that are signed at regional level to ensure that unintended pregnancy efforts are tackled at the national level. So in the context of this, could you perhaps share briefly what some of the key commitments in Zimbabwe and the region are that you have made progress in addressing unintended pregnancy?
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Let me start by saying the most important commitment that any government has is the commitment, the constitutional commitment to serve its citizens. That's the fundamental commitment. The regional as well as international protocols, some of which I'm going to outline here, their main purpose really is to then provide a framework under which the community of nations can operate on the various issues that are fundamental to serving the citizens of a specific nation. As far as the issue that we're discussing today, I think we can start at the UN level. The SDGs themselves provide a framework under which governments can commit to serving the rights of children, the rights of women, and promoting issues related to health, especially in the sexual and reproductive health is concerned. Even the issue of choice is also enshrined within Agenda 2030, which is the SDGs agenda. Then if you come to Africa, Agenda 2063 talks about the rights of children and adolescents, the youths. If you come to specifically the issue of population, we have, for example, the commitments that we have made as East and Southern Africa, to the ministerial commitments that we have made to say we will work at the country level to reduce some of the issues that we're dealing with today. We said a 40% reduction on issues of unwanted pregnancies. If you go to, again, on population issues, the Nairobi summit, for example, gives us a framework under which we are operating as governments. These are some of the commitments that we have made. In Maputo, we then operationalized these commitments and said, how do we move? By coming up with a very specific plan of action. In Zimbabwe, we have gone ahead and said, our laws have to be in line with these commitments that we have done, that we have made internationally. We are changing our child protection laws, for example. We are changing our social protection institutions to just make sure that we have dealt with this matter. We have provided for funding for education so that youths are in school instead of elsewhere, so that they can be supporting their families. We have what we now call state-funded basic education, where we want to ensure that all young people are in schools. We are supporting families with harmonized cash transfers, especially the poorest and vulnerable families, so that they don't resort to marrying off their children because they can't cope with the demands of life in general. So it's really changing the institutional arrangements at the country level. It's also providing social protection, but it's also coming up with laws that deter those who would actually use children unnecessarily, but then also supporting those who become victims. We have now, for example, we have amended our Education Act to say girls, when they become pregnant, they are not chucked out of school, but they have to continue with their education with state support. So these are some of the things that we are doing. And I am very happy that we have all these international protocols, but nations have to be guided by the principle to say, or the ethic of serving their citizens. This is what should then guide the specific programs implemented at the national level.
Of the operationalization of commitments that are made at regional level in countries, we have Ben Nangobe. Mr. Ben, you are the Executive Director in the Ministry of Health and Social Services in Namibia. I think you are representing the Minister of Namibia who was not able to join us in person. Can you perhaps weigh in with some reflections on commitments and progress that has been done in Malawi, and also perhaps share what has worked? In Namibia, I apologize, I'm hearing everyone saying, correcting me, Namibia.
Yeah, I guess I was in Malawi not too long ago on a different matter. And the Honorable Deputy Minister from Malawi and I have been sharing experiences since our arrival here in the beautiful city of Durban, and particularly here at Zimbabwe. Yes, thank you very much for the question. Yes, I am from Namibia. I'm the Executive Director in the Ministry of Health and Social Services. And I aligned myself with the points raised by the Honorable Minister from Zimbabwe here about the international commitments. I think, but what is particularly important is that these international commitments must be operationalized at national level, so that we have mechanisms that we can implement aimed at ensuring that we protect particularly the young girls from unintended pregnancies. And I particularly like the fact that it was pointed out that we are talking actually about two things: unintended pregnancy and unwanted pregnancy. That's an important distinction to make. Now, I think getting to what Namibia has done, our country believes that, and I, as Africans and others do, prevention is better than cure. And we need to put measures in place that ensure that in the first place, the teenage girls, the young ones, do not fall pregnant, so that they stay in school, so that they can pursue their futures. So what we have done, for example, is one intervention was to integrate the sexual and reproductive health and rights education already in our education policies and in our social policies. We have integrated the sexual and reproductive health rights services at our health institutions, so that when young girls go to health facilities to obtain sexual health services, they are not discriminated against. We have made the institutions and these facilities friendly, so that they can access these services in a manner that is non-discriminatory, in a manner that they can feel free to access the services. That is one thing. But we have also gone to the basics, really, and started to engage the young people by way of, for example, rolling out social media campaigns aimed at providing the information to the young people over the radio, in newspapers, over social media, because we now know that social media is quite effective. We have engaged influencers on social media to put out these messages where the young people can again access this information freely. We have, for example, the school health task forces that are operationalized at regional level. Our country, the health sector is divided in regional health directorates. We have 14 regions, and each region has a health directorate that disseminates the information that provides these services. So at regional level, we have done that. And we work with the Ministry of Education, Arts and Culture to also implement programs aimed at sensitizing the young people. So really what is important is that, as I said at the beginning, we must prevent. Prevention is better than cure, but we can only do so if the young people have access to truthful information. We know that there is disinformation out there. There's disinformation about, for example, contraceptives, but we need to make sure that we deal with the challenge of sometimes the non-availability of contraceptives, and where our people may go to seek services, but these contraceptives are not available, for example. So we work with our partners, such as UNFPA and UNICEF and others, to access these products and have them ready. Because the worst thing that we can do as governments is to advertise the availability of services, but when people go to the facilities, the contraceptives are not there. So we need to make sure that these are there. We have also worked with our partners, such as, for example, the...
Recording in progress.
Yes, first thing first, we all know that unintended pregnancy remains to be a socio-economic health problem, as it is associated with a lack of maternal, mental health problem, such as stress disorder. As the unintended pregnancy continues to increase, it results to high school dropout, and we had a lot of conversation about a high school dropout. So in Africa, including South Africa in particular, like we have high school dropout from young mothers, of which it results to poverty. It increases the poverty line. So with that being said, we find our female young mothers who are in the streets, trying by all means to make the means of living. Hence, they end up engaging in multiple sexual partners so that they can generate the source of income, of which it is have high number of abortion, illegal ones, because majority of young females, they lack knowledge about preconception health as well as antenatal care visits, because if ever like they want to do a legal abortion, because we know that unintended pregnancy is an unplanned pregnancy. So they might find that, okay, it's fine, I'm not interested in keeping this baby. So what must I do? It means that the person, she has to go to the health practitioner and get all the pros and cons about the abortion. So with that, we end up having a high maternal, child, and infant mortality rate, because they don't know anything about the pregnancy outcomes after doing the illegal abortion. Also, as much as the increase in maternal, child, as well as infant mortality rate increases, we end up deviating from achieving the sustainable development goals, as we already failed to achieve the millennium development goals, which is 4, 5, and 6. So it remains a deteriorating and devastating social issue and health issue in South Africa as well as in Africa. So what must be done? The question still remains the same, and we have done a lot of research, and also there are lots of implementation programs which were done, but then still the unintended pregnancy continue to increase. So it leads to South Africa and also other parts of sub-Saharan African regions from failing to achieve demographic dividend. We can talk and do everything, but then the most important part, as we know that sub-Saharan Africa, like we are all developing, but majority of them, but some, not all, like they've developed. But then the most important part is achieving demographic dividend, whereby we reduce high number of dependency syndrome and increase the number of working age population. But then that cannot be achieved without educating our youth, our young mothers, because even young mothers are capable of leading. Because I can also go back to that statement which was mentioned by O.R. Tambo. He said that a country which does not value the importance of investing in its youth, it doesn't deserve the future. It doesn't deserve the future.
That's right.
Because we have to invest more in the education, because education to us Africans means service. It means service to the people. So if ever we want to achieve demographic dividend, we have to make sure that our youth are educated, they are healthy, and they are also well equipped. Thank you.
Great insights there from NESCO. Education is a critical tool that we could use to empower young people and also combat the issue and crisis of unintended pregnancy. So perhaps let us hear from Uganda. So we do know that unintended pregnancies intersect with a number of other socio-economic and health and well-being related issues, which include human rights violations and harmful practices like female genital mutilation and early and forced child marriage. Now, from Uganda, Mercy Mayo, Oyego, we recognize that you are the president of the Eastern and Southern Africa Youth Consortium on FGM in Uganda. In what context would you say unintended pregnancy may be linked to harmful practices like FGM and child marriage?
All right, thank you so much. I hope you're able to hear me clearly.
Okay, we could repeat that. Can you hear us now? Mercy, are you able to hear us?
Yes. I can hear you. Can you?
Technical team, assist us there. We'll come back to Mercy. Perhaps we could go to the Princess of Africa, Madame Yvonne Shaka Shaka. I think we are all aware that you are a really influential role model and champion for women, children, and adolescent health and well-being. And you have been quite instrumental in influencing agendas at national, global, and regional level around addressing issues that are facing key and vulnerable populations. I've been privy to be able to be in the audience when you were presenting yourself in some of these global platforms. So perhaps in your view and experience, what would you say still needs to be done to address the challenges that women and girls are faced with?
Thank you, Zanele, and thank you to each and every one of you here present. I want to thank UNFPA. I work with them as a Goodwill Ambassador, with UNICEF, Rollback Malaria, and the Global Fund. I think it's actually very sad that we are regressing. Instead of us moving forward, we are not achieving what we are supposed to. I'm actually very happy that we've got two young men on my left here, because we know that these young girls who fall pregnant, they don't do that because they want to. Sometimes some of these girls fall pregnant because there's a transaction. Some of them, they are raped by those that are supposed to be protecting them. We need to talk about these things. We need to have a mind shift. We need to say to our girl child, I want to say it to you today, that as a mother of 4 boys, I want you as a girl to wake up in the morning, look at the mirror and say, I do not need a blesser. I am blessed. And we shouldn't forget the vulnerable communities. Today, I'm happy that working with UNFPA, if you look at the corner there, Woman Radio, that's our radio station. This program is being broadcast worldwide. I've got 2 young people that I work with. It's not a radio station, it's a movement where we get young people, LGBTQI community, and everybody to come and air their views. Because, ladies and gentlemen, it's all well and good to have these programs, but if we don't walk the talk, we will never do it. Now, I want to thank each and every one of you here today, because I'm happy that we've got young people here. In fact, I was saying to him, yes, boy, and I had, a lecturer, yo, pass up. But it's actually very good, Zanele. These young girls need to wake up in the morning knowing that if I'm a girl and I menstruate, I need to go to daddy and say, Daddy, something is happening. And talk to dad. And dad should say, all right, my girl, you are starting to be a woman now. Mommy is not here, she's gone to work. I'm taking you to a chemist to buy you pads. We need to talk about these things. We need mothers to be able to talk to their boy child. We need to talk to our priests. We need to talk to our traditional leaders. We need to engage everybody. Because if we don't do it, we'll be judged by the next generation. It needs to be done, and it's urgent. UNFPA has given us this report. It's actually bleak, guys. It's bleak. We can't fail our children. We talk about our children as a future generation. Well, you can be a future generation, but if you are not empowered now, what are you going to do? So let the children be the children. Let the children live and learn. We don't need child soldiers. We don't need young children. Can you imagine a 9-year-old falling pregnant? Are they not supposed to be children? What kind of a man takes a 9-year-old and sleeps with them? Lord, have mercy. We need to change the status quo. We need to go back ebuntwini bethu and know that children are children, fathers are fathers. There are actually fathers that are not worth calling father or dad if they can take a child, a 12-year-old, and sleep with them. Men know that women are an ocean nurturing and strong. Actually, we bring life into this world. Ngoba thina singamaqhawe. And women know that men can never do it on their own. Actually, every woman needs a man. And every man needs a woman. So we need each other. But we, women, we need to be respected. We need to be loved. We don't need to be trampled upon, because when God took that rib from a man and made a woman, it was to be loved. It was to be cherished. It was to be guarded. And it was to be respected. Men, remember that you came through our transport. Huh? Where do men come from? We keep them in our tummies for 9 months, and they come to this world through their transport, and they mess us up. There's gender-based violence. There's young people's rapes. This should not happen. When we go back to our jurisdictions, let us do what is right. There's so many people out here who do all this work, and I want to urge governments and people who work with governments, let's be there for the communities, our communities who do very well. Let us stop being gatekeepers. Let us be there. Let us help. Let us walk the talk. Thank you.
Great. Let us walk the talk, and it's a matter of urgency. Rivaldo, from Namibia. You are a young person and an avid advocate. So in respect to what's already been said, I mean, really powerful contributions and insights there from our princess of Africa. What would you say should...
Again, for the question, I'd just like to start off by reintroducing myself. My name is 3,300. You may ask what this number means. This is the number of children in Namibia that fell pregnant during the 4 months of COVID-19 lockdown. Children as young as 9 years old were impregnated by 30-year-old men. Can you imagine that? That's why I choose to identify myself today as 3,300, because those are 3,300 futures that are destroyed, 3,300 educational aspirations that are destroyed, 3,300 doctors that futures are intendedly. That, okay, your future is destroyed, will not do anything about it. Your future education aspirations are destroyed, will not do anything about it, will just sit back, leave you to your consequences. So my call to my country and to every other country that has not legalized abortion is basically to make sure that you please legalize abortion. And in conclusion, when dealing with unintended pregnancies, let us talk about rape, let us talk about poverty, and let us make sure that at the end of the day, we are active African citizens in our communities, not ministers, not children's parliamentarians, not lecturers, but active African ordinary citizens. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, my 3,300. Let us keep on the good fight. One unintended pregnancy is one too many. So let's jump back to Mercy. Mercy, are you able to hear us? Just don't forget to unmute. All right. So the question for you, Mercy, is in the context of the work that you are doing and addressing FGM and child marriage, how would you say unintended pregnancies are linked to FGM and early child marriage?
All right, thank you so much. I beg to stand on the protocols, all protocols observed. And my name is Masi Chelangat Yego. I am a lawyer by training, and I am the regional president for East and Southern Africa for the Global Youth Consortium Against FGM, and I am from Uganda. In relation to, I'll briefly give, a background about the Global Youth Consortium. So the Global Youth Consortium Against FGM has a membership of over 2,000 youths from across the globe, that is, and present in 6 regions of the globe. And we also have a membership of 65 countries, and our youth membership comprises from the age of 12 years to 40 years. And so that is briefly about the Global Youth Consortium. And our work majorly is mobilizing the youth from across the globe to fight against FGM and its related issues like child marriages and, and teenage pregnancies and unintended pregnancies. So in relation to the question that has been asked, the relationship between unintended pregnancies and female genital mutilation and child marriages, we have seen a continued misconception in our communities that girls who get pregnant, irrespective of the age, they are considered marriageable. And when they are considered marriageable, that means they are considered woman enough, to be married off. And in community practice, female genital mutilation, that means they're eligible to undergo the cut. And when we look at the to female genital mutilation, and it does contribute to forced child marriages. So these are young girls who are unable to support themselves, they are unable to make the choice, and are subjected to child marriages and are subjected to female genital mutilation because they are considered woman enough because they are able to give birth. But is this birth something that they have they made that choice to give birth? No, it wasn't their choice. It's an intended pregnancy, an unwanted pregnancy. And so we see that there is a direct linkage between unintended pregnancies and female genital mutilation in our communities, in communities that practice female genital mutilation. And therefore, addressing unintended pregnancies among adolescents and youth is giving, is in one way or another solving female genital mutilation and forced child marriages. The after effect of allowing the crisis of unintended pregnancies to continue is a generation of Africans unable to live a life of choice, but rather of circumstance. So for us to be able to deal with female genital mutilation and forced child marriages, we need to address the issue of unintended pregnancy. I'll go further to state that our continent as Africa, okay, I see there is a technical problem. Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Contributions that you want to share. Let us allow some time for that. Please limit your contributions to a maximum of a minute so that we can all go home as we expect to. So by show of hands, I see 1, 2, is there any other hand? Okay, so let's take those 2 questions and we'll have our panelists respond to that. Okay, we've got one other hand there. And then we'll have our panelists respond and we'll take a minute or 30 seconds for each of the panelists to wrap up with closing remarks. And that should be the end of our dialogue. So perhaps let me start at the back. Please use your, just turn it on, make sure it's on.
Okay, my name is Phumzile Ndlovu. I would like to find out in terms of the international protocols that are in line with SDGs, whether do we have an accountability framework that is specifically looking at the unintended pregnancies and the early childhood marriages. The reason I'm saying this, in the South African context, we having Customary Marriage Act, which does not address the issues of ukutwala
as our speaker did alluded on ukutwala, and would like to thank UNFPA in KwaZulu-Natal for the good work that they have done in places like Uthugela district, using dialogues and policy dialogues in terms of addressing ukutwala, since there is no accountability framework, and you will never find ukutwala in these international protocols. And secondly, I really appreciate the deliberations, but there is a gap when it comes to family engagement and issues of child play therapy, as well as psychological support. The reason I'm saying this, there are people who are still denying ukutwala, yet ukutwala has got psychological brain trauma, as well as child marriages and unintended pregnancies. So I would like you to maybe include issues of psychological support, since our Black population do not get such services. Thank you.
Perfect. So I think that question was clear, and I hope our panelists are noting the questions. I'm not sure if it was directed to any specific panel member. And yes, the lady in green, please introduce yourself.
Greetings to everyone. My name is Zintle Chile, and I'm from Katamene Clinic AOFS. My question is about intentation of pregnancy. I know now in South Africa it's legal. So my question is, so ngesikhathi umuntu esehambe seyokwenza i-temptation of pregnancy, as in like ucabanga kanjani ngomuntu wesilisa? Umuntu wesilisa lapho uphatheka kanjani mase ethola ekugcineni ukuthi no, lo muntu wesifazane uhambile wayokhipha isisu ngale kwemvumo yami, ngale ukuthi mina ngize ngazi. Asicabanga ukuthi mhlambe kona lokho ikona okudala ukuthi abantu besilisa baze babe nenzondo kubantu besifazane bagcina sebenza nezinto ezirong. Mina umbuzo wami ukuthi indawo abantu besilisa ngayo lento singabathinti nabo singabafaki because umuntu wesifazane sengayikhulelisanga.
Great. Why do we not involve men and boys in issues relating to termination of pregnancy? The last hand at the back.
Good day. My name is Dinyiko Stephen Chauke, Wakamabaso Letumbeni. My first question is challenging the government of generational change, because the old and the new, there's too much gap there. Because if we destroy art in local and sports in local development, that means we're killing the nation. Because even now, Yvonne Chaka Chaka, you had your own political struggles as children, you know, and for us to speak out, it says Mamelama Piano. The pianos are not talking to us, but if you can take the same music of political era and put it into our own parties and society, that means the children will be listening to the message that's been conveyed by the government. So my challenge is, government, please fix the generational change, because it's too much. Because for me, I'm a 32-year-old person. I'm in the gap of the 60s and the youngest. So I know what the children in the street, they love, what do they want? I know what from home, I'm from a cultural institution, what do they do? So for me, it's better because I can balance the two. What more about those one in the local development? And these programs, for me, I think if we can easily take this program to local development from primaries, from secondaries, that's where this information is needed. Because if I can see where we're gathering, these are old people here.
Yes.
So you're talking to the wrong people. Speak the truth as South Africans, so we mustn't hide about it, you know.
Okay, can you wrap up your question, please?
Yeah, my question
Yes.
is, it's a bit more to us, the youngest generation who are here. What as you, as seeing us here, what are you doing with us in order to convey the message to the youth out there? That's it.
That's very clear. So I will ask the panelists to work with me to kill two birds with one stone, not literally, But I will ask that you respond to the questions which you feel you're able to respond to. And in your response, also include your final concluding remarks. This is in the best interest of time. So, Bioma, perhaps we could start with you.
Very much. Yes, it's very important for us to listen, engage at all levels of our socio-economic strata. Accountability is very important. Now that we are speaking of transformative leadership by young people, I have the following to say. Accountability does not self-execute. You need to understand the language of the vote. Why do you vote? Who represents you? And where do you engage with them in terms of representation? A lot of times, the gallery of parliament is empty. A lot of times, when the president gives the State of the Nation address, none of you are there to understand how this impacts on your livelihoods. It is very important to integrate responsibility in terms of how we're going to harness this dividend. Another issue is that has knowledge. Are we people from a particular strata, economic status, or are we representing young people in their diversity? Legitimacy comes from evidence that you collect, and that is how government or all arms of the government are able to take into account what needs to be done. Accountability is not programming. Accountability is not a matrix that we put together to say, we want to see this percentage, we want to see A, B, C, D. I'll give you an example. When those are broad statements of engagement that governments commit to. It takes initiative, it takes innovation, it takes this generation to pull that apart and engage with governments or your members of parliament in how you want that to be done in terms of representation. One of the innovations that members of parliament have done at the regional level, and I'll conclude, in the public financial model law that I spoke about earlier, this will be adopted in Malawi, Lilongwe, between the 7th and 17th of July, this coming month. The innovation that we have done to integrate issues of sexual reproductive health and rights is that we are suggesting that when a budget comes to parliament, it must have notes in terms of how they're going to respond to sexual reproductive health and rights. The budget lines must have notes in terms of how universal health coverage is going to be addressed, how the SDGs, Agenda 2063, and many others are going to be addressed. That is accountability, and this is the knowledge that we want in order to tap into operationalizing what duty bearers should deliver. That is the only time that we can hold ourselves accountable in terms of the theory of change related to accountability and its impact. I believe that this answers some of the issues that have been raised. What we are raising is already put forward in these treaties and commitments. The heads of states from the African Charter have said we agree. Maputo Protocol have said we agree. What are we waiting for? You are not catalyzing the change you want. You are not accountable. And therefore, democracy will not thrive.
Thank you very much. I'm happy that my sister from the SADC Parliament addressed the questions of accountability, and I totally agree. But what we should also agree to is the fact that for a long time, the voices and the opinions and the sentiments of the young people have not been incorporated in government programs. That's a fact. So the transformation that we want to see starts with the recognition that the concerns of the young people are valid. And if the concerns of the young people are valid, we need to create the necessary platforms for us to effectively engage with the young people. That is the only way we can move forward. It is for that reason that I think we are seeing a gradual but positive shift in the policy-making process, where the question of consultation and engagement are taking shape, so that we are able to incorporate the voices and the sentiments of the young people particularly, and all other stakeholders in the policy-making process. So, our president at the last elections made a bold statement, looking at what the national sentiment was at the time. And he declared that we heard you. Not only have government and political leaders heard the voters, heard the young people, but that they are willing to do something about it. So it is important that young people actually continue to speak up openly and candidly. Do not withdraw into the shells. And that is what is going to help us work towards the Africa that we want, isn't it? So there was a mention of how should we prepare our national budgets, for example. The concept of gender mainstreaming is very important, because it recognizes that, for example, when we talk about the concept of health in all policies, we are talking about the whole of government approach to policy making.
Fully, if you could round off in the next
Yeah,
minute.
in any case, let me just say that it is important to engage with the young people, and as governments, we should work with stakeholders and partners and fellow governments to deal with this concept, with this issue of the neglected epidemic of unintended pregnancies. I thank you.
Thank you. And maybe let's also hear from Rivaldo and Niesco on the other end of the room. Any questions you want to respond to, and then your concluding remarks in a minute.
Okay, just to answer the question of what we are doing to bring generational change with the young leaders here, we are doing so much, but really we cannot do all that alone. Young people, why have you lost interest in politics? Rivaldo cannot stand in front of government and ask, when are you ending unintended pregnancies alone? Government will close their door. Why when I say, sometimes it is necessary to have these conversations here. It is very much necessary to have these conversations, but simultaneously, we also need radical young people. When I say, guys, let's walk to government's office, let's walk to the Minister of Education and ask them, why did NASFAF not pay university yet? Then you find that most of a group of young people go, they go listen to their piano, and it's just 3 of us in front of the government office. Really, there's so much we could do if we unite as young people. Rather than criticizing one another, we should take our hands, join hands, and tell us that, okay, we're going to do this. Let's learn from what the previous generation did when they fought the apartheid governments. Young people came together. Young people came together. And our fight may not be the apartheid government today. Our fight is unintended pregnancies, child marriages, child rape. So let us also come together and fight these issues together. Thank you.
Oh, yes, thank you. In the response of the issue of abortion, we all know that age is curative for bad information. So in the response is that we have to sit down and talk about the issue of sexual, reproductive, and health rights. We have to sit down and we have to have a talk, a generational talk, whereby a young girl is not afraid of talking about sexual issue with the parent, with the mother, because socialization starts at home. Socialization starts at home, and then with the issue of the generational change, young leaders are capable. Females are capable, because now as we speak, my university is being led by one of the female. We call her Mama Winnie. You know where the name is coming from. So it's very much important that we have to approach every situation in a bottom-up approach, including a holistic approach, because it's very much important. Thank you.
Thank you. Perhaps we could hear from the Minister Paul next, and then Yvonne.
Am I being heard? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. Let me respond to the issue of fair accountability first. I think after any nation has made commitments at the international level, the reporting that goes with it, and fora like this that we are having, are the source for accountability. This takes place regionally, takes place internationally at the UN level. But the consequences of not complying are what might actually be a problem. These issues that we're talking about are very, very soft issues. They are unlike issues where there is, for example, aggression between two nations, which then call for the Security Council to sit and talk about those things, with consequences like sanctions being imposed. These may actually go under the radar. Hence, the need to strengthen, especially at the regional level, ways and means to go back and say, we agreed in Maputo, we agreed in Nairobi. What are we doing? Each one of us who are members of this regional grouping. So we need that to take place. But further than that, it takes the anxiety and consciousness of national leaders to say, what are we doing? What are we doing in preparing our youth for the future? And therefore, in my last intervention, I will say two things that we need to do as leaders as far as this issue of unintended pregnancies are concerned. One is mainstreaming of sexual and reproductive health through the educational curriculum, and making sure that beyond schools, even institutions at the community level, institutions such as churches, institutions such as fora, in the wards, in the villages, are also taking this up in order to inform youngsters about the dangers of premature pregnancy, but also teaching people, especially the elderly, to avoid corrupting the youths. Then governments have to come up with very strong social protection programs. Make sure that vulnerable families are taken care of, making sure also that vulnerable children are supported in order to be in school. So social protection, social protection, social protection. I thank you.
Yvonne Chaka, please, you're welcome to share your inputs. I'm also noting that Mercy is having some technical issues, so we'll read her message before we close.
Thank you very much, Zanade. I actually don't have an answer about Ugutwala Sisi. I'm sure our leaders here can. For me, it's part of our culture, but this is not something that has to really make our children suffer. I think I'll leave it to the experts to give us an answer for that. And answering the young lady, she was asking that when a girl falls pregnant
and she goes to do abortion, is it okay for the girl to do that instead of asking the boy? Why would the girl do abortion when the boyfriend is there? She's doing this because I'm sure this guy is gone away. And what I want to advocate for is that when a 15-year-old has been impregnated by a 17-year-old, let the boy stay at home as well. Why should a boy go to school and a girl stay at home? Abahambe bonke baye clinic. Yeah, abaye bonke clinic. The boy must also stay at home because this boy goes to school, he goes to university, and the young girl's life is ruined. So this is what I want to advocate for. And answering you, young man, I think you didn't get the brief. This channel, it was called Intergenerational Mix. So it's, Buyemo is young, by the way. Zanele is young. I'm sure these two gentlemen are younger than me. I'm 57. These people are young. So how are you? We didn't fall from the tree, Danam. Indlela ibuzwa kwabaphambili. Okay? So that's why we are here, to pass on the baton, to communicate. You can't start complaining, because now you're complaining that the panel is old. How are we going to talk? How are we going to pass the baton? How are we going to listen to you, what the problem is? So I think it's very important, when you start speaking, you must also think, my son. You are here so that we can all work together. I want to see young people. Please, young people, stand. Here are the young people. You said the house had old people. Didn't you see these young people? The majority of people here are young people. And I want to say, it is important that we as adults also listen to young people. And that's exactly what we are doing today. Young people speaking with and older people. And it has to be done. We can't run away from it. We will pass on the baton. As I said, Woman Radio, which is our own radio station, we've got young people that we work with. So young people are up there. So we have to work together. And I want to say thank you to the panel and everybody. Let us not throw stones. Let us gather stones and build a solid South Africa.
Thank you for all those insightful inputs and contributions from all of our panelists, including Mercy that has been joining us online. I think Mercy shared a contribution, and I will close this dialogue with this key message, which she says we need to advocate for inclusion of young people in decision and implementation making processes. We need to join our voices as one, as young people, through youth movements and organizing ourselves to have a collective voice as young people. We need to advocate for inclusion of young people in all spaces of society where decisions are made, irrespective of the levels. And she closes by saying, we are not safe as a continent if our women and girls are not safe. So everyone, thank you. We've come to the end of our intergenerational policy dialogue. I hope this has been meaningful for you. So we do have a very short video clip that is going to be played now. It is a poem by two twins, I think Tabisa and Tembisile, who are 19 years old, from the University of, the Tswana University of Technology. Please indulge. Thank you, technical team.
Tenía solamente el 9º grado, terminé el 9º grado, quizás el comienzo más difícil de mi vida.
Cannot be planned for getter. Where I get bella and not tell person, I be the hide and take.
Yo no tuve así como una educación sexual como está en la actualidad. Uno a veces quería hacerles la pregunta y era como que, cállese, usted no tiene que preguntar eso.
Well, the challenges then I know about the teenage pregnancies, sexual violence in our communities.
I say no. Say me not go use that thing that they are not go use condom.
A los 6 meses me doy cuenta que estaba embarazada. Cuando me dan el resultado yo me quedé, entré en shock y dije pero en la misma me llené de alegría.
I educate. Mark, I go graduate, I go college.
Cuando conoces tus derechos, te empiezas a hacerlos valer.
Time. And our sister Uzanele, she's just stepped out. Can we give a hand to Uzanele for facilitating that panel? Wonderful. We are at the tail end, ladies and gentlemen. We are at the tail end. We've just got 2 more things to do, and then we are done. I'm going to ask, and I'm going to plead for your patience. We've just got 2 more things to do. I promise you, and then we are done. I can hear the stomachs growling from here. I'm joking. So I'm going to ask, ladies and gentlemen, to give a message of support. His Excellency Honorable Enoch Pale, the Deputy Minister of Health from the Republic of Malawi. Please, can you put your hands together for him?
Thank you so much, convener. I hope I'm one of those young persons. Your Excellencies, in the interest of time, I will be so brief and quickly. It's so exciting, and seemingly, from the report that we've gone through and the dialogue together today that we've gone through, it seems that the universal access to sexual and reproductive health and rights and the elimination of gender-based violence and harmful practices remain part of unfinished agenda in the SADC region, and that inclusive of Malawi, and especially for the adolescents and young persons. And as a result, many countries are still ranked high in terms of dealing away with the device. The unmet needs for family planning among the unmarried adolescents and young persons is still very high in most of our countries. We still have high levels of gender-based violence among young people, and early marriages are striking the realities across the region. Therefore, as government of Malawi, and as a member of parliament, by the way, we do realize that the health risks associated with adolescent pregnancies are multiple, including those resulting in unsafe abortion and potentially life-threatening for both mother and a child. And they are often accompanied by lasting socio-economic consequences that contribute to perpetuating the cycle of poverty. In support to the regional efforts, I wish to assure you, Your Excellencies, that Malawi has put in place a number of interventions to empower our adolescents to make informed decisions about their sexual and reproductive health and life. We'll keep on creating an enabling environment for them by working with communities and to ensure their access to integrated sexual and reproductive health services, including family planning and gender-based violence prevention and response services that are responsive to their needs. However, let it be known that social and structural determinants of health profoundly influence multiple areas of adolescent health and social developments. And these include access to education, which is a key pathway to health and well-being and influence the ability of families and communities to promote successful human developments through childhood and adolescence. The government of Malawi will continue to provide financial cushions, and this is the support in addition to all the cushions that we are getting from our development partners, inclusive of UNFPA, especially from our national budget. We've got an agenda that we should move closer to the Abuja declaration of providing 15% of our national resources and budget to health. And we have already started adjusting even allocation for the family planning services. All this is in an effort to implement the ICPD program of action. And this is the International Conference on Population and Development, especially in areas related to sexual and reproductive health rights commitments. Also, all over the world, there is a saying that young people talk about. They always say, nothing for us without us. And the government of Malawi believes that that is very absolutely critical to meaningfully engage young people and put them at heart of our efforts towards sustainable development, peace, security, and full realization of sexual and reproductive health rights. And young people in Malawi and the region shall be supported. It's always disheartening. I remember when I had just finished my university, I wanted also to get involved and engaged into some business. I hope governments shall always review their policies and laws that can give space to young people. When even they want to access loans, this issue of having huge interest rates and huge collaterals doesn't work. We even putting our young people into a vulnerability space. That is not good. We should think about it. And also an issue of saying, no, if you're looking for a job here, you must have 5 years experience. Where do you get it from? What's that? And want to assure you young people, even before you call some of us old, we're still young and thinking about you. Thank you so much.
I think I also look young, DM, right? I don't know what the young people on the table would say, but I'm still very much within the age bracket of young people. Deputy Minister, thank you very much. Can we give him a hand one more time? And thank you for reminding us about the ICPD commitments that we made in Nairobi at ICPD at 25. Those are very important commitments that were made. And it's critical that member states ensure that they meet those commitments that were made so that we are not committing and not coming back to report on progress that is made. And thank you again for reminding us young people that nothing about us without us. Fundamental, young people must be at the driving seats of policy development and change in our various countries. It's critical, it's important. And remember, don't throw stones. Take the stones and let's build together. And it's very important. Now, I would like for the Excellencies, our ministers and our deputy ministers, to please come and join me on the stage, as well as our guests from the ISA region. If you could please come and join me on the stage. And then Zianda, I'm going to ask you to ask some of our young people to come and join me on the stage very quickly. And Dr. Panet, if you could also come and join me on the stage. We are going to officially hand over or receive ceremonially the 2022 SWAP report. So I would like our Excellencies to come up and join me on the stage. I would like for the young people to come up. They will get a report. If the technical team could just have a background music for us, we're going to officially and finally launch ceremoniously this very, very important report. Can we have some of our young people? Thank you very much. Can you give them a hand as they come up? Can we have marimba ready? Can we have our marimba band ready? Wonderful. Can we make sure that everybody is visible? Can I just let you know that in South Africa we dropped mask wearing last night? We are no longer wearing masks in South Africa, as per the guidance of the Minister of Health that was published last night. However, if you feel you need to still wear a mask, please do. But you are safe here in South Africa. Can we get the young people, if they could stand lower? Marimba, can you play something in the background for us quickly? Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, keep it going right there. Now, ladies and gentlemen, everybody who's joined us virtually, online, and everybody is in the house, we would like to present to you the 2022 SWAP report, officially being handed over today and being launched here in eThekwini in the Republic of South Africa. Can we give a hand of applause for this very important report? Can you hold the report up on the count of 3? You will hold it up on the count of 3. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Merci beaucoup, monsieur. Merci beaucoup. Okay. Thank you very much. Can we give our C-clap a hand? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to close. Just 3 more things. Is that fine? 3 more? 3 more is okay? 10 more? No problem. Okay, let's go on. I'm going to ask my sister my sister Tangelani to come up, and she's going to do the vote of thanks. Once you know that it's a vote of thanks, you know it's done again. Okay, she's going to do the vote of thanks, and after the vote of thanks, I will start my speech, which will likely take about 20 minutes. Please, can you put your hands together for Tangerani?
Good afternoon. Sanbonani. I have so much energy, and it's not because of the end of the session. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being patient so far. So to get started, Regional Director, Dr. Njanambangi, has already established what existing protocol is. And I think it's in our favor that I do so because it is going to help us move a little bit quicker. What I can start by saying is that today, for me, because of the multi-country joint initiative, it is a trailblazing initiative of joint accountability, where we are choosing to no longer face these challenging issues in silos, but joining hands to see the unseen and to be accountable for that. The second thing is that call for this report speaks of gazing on the unseen. It is a call to action for us to do more, to innovate, to let the young people lead, not only just by themselves, but putting resources to make sure we accelerate progress to achieve results. And I speak as a friend of the youth. The young people know that. The last point I can make is the bottom line about seeing the unseen is that it calls on us to uphold rights and choices. Rights and choices can never be underestimated. So now that I've done that part, I'll go straight to the vote of thanks. But please allow me to start by thanking, on behalf of the organizing task team, and I'll come back to the task team at the end, that appreciation of the honor that we have been given by the government of South Africa, from national to provincial level. I will speak specifically to the Office of the Premier in KwaZulu Natal, His Excellency Premier Zikalala. Please let's clap for him. Madam Speaker, Madam Ms. Boyce, and when you listen to their remarks, they were not just making declarations, but going further to establish the commitments that they will be held accountable for as a government in KwaZulu-Natal and as a legislature. For us as UNFPA, we remain joining hands with the government of KwaZulu-Natal to take this work forward. I cannot underestimate the National Department of Social Development as the coordinator and lead on the implementation of the UNFPA program in South Africa, under the leadership of Honorable Minister Lindiwe Zulu, who managed to join us virtually, but also giving us the DG, Linton Mkunu, to roll with us. And I will speak to the end, yay, really. As I was saying, I'm so energized. The event is a success today because of the leadership that we have. And that must really be appreciated at the end of the day. I stand here with UNFPA South Africa as the assistant representative. I am also the officer in charge at the moment. But the point I want to speak to is I'm a South African. And I am a proudly South African, really. Specifically because of seeing the commitment of the government of South Africa to lead, to resource, to care, not only about a better South Africa, but Agenda 2063 and ensuring that we are we want something to. You've been very flexible, both virtual and in person. You have made this event so exciting. Sincere appreciation to our high-level guests, our ministers from the different countries who have been with us and allowed to be directed by us, the ordinary citizens, and demonstrate what it is to put your money where your mouth is and account for the commitments that are made. We really appreciate the officials that have come from all the countries that are with us today for the time and effort and specifically contribution. I will not end by not appreciating the UNFPA office from HQ, the content we have been sharing to frame our messages, to make sure we are responding from an evidence-based perspective, is because of what we have been guided from UNFPA HQ. Beyond that, the Regional Office of East and Southern Africa has been walking this journey with us to make sure that today we can have this successful event. But please allow me to conclude my remarks by specifically thanking the organizing task team that have put a lot of sweat, sometimes I'm sure knees praying, to make sure the event is a success. And not only that, the hard work behind the scenes to really, really make it work. To do that, so my papers anyway are flying around. I want to thank the National Department of Social Development team. I would ask them, thank you, to stand up. Anyone who is from the Department of Social Development here, you colleagues know have been working so hard from behind the scenes to make this event work under the leadership of Director General Mkunu. Manu, you want me to name you? Peya, you want me to name you? Vishal, Rogers, colleagues, all the team members from the Department of Social Development. Thank you, colleagues. I could not name you one by one. We have spent a lot of hours together trying to make sure that we put on a quality event that would showcase the work and the aspirations of all the different countries in terms of what we would like to do to take forward, and really appreciate that. Let me ask my very own team, UNFPA East and Southern Africa Regional Office, UNFPA Country Office team, please stand up. I will start naming you. Thank you, Daisy. Thank you, Precious. Thank you, Zianda, Ramatu, Sheila joining us from Namibia. We appreciate everything that has been done. And I think I'm done with the vote of thanks. All I'll say is thank you so much for your attention, for all your contributions. We wish you safe travels as we prepare to depart, those who will be departing shortly. But beyond that, we leave with a call to action that seeing the unseen, reaching the most left behind. And we know most often it's our adolescent girls, young women, persons living with disabilities, LGBTQI+ sector, as well as any other vulnerable and marginalized young people whose potential must be fulfilled, remains work that we are coming together to take forward. Today was just the beginning from an advocacy and visibility perspective. Now let's go and make sure we are reaching the communities we need to reach. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Hlangelane, can we give her a hand? Now, Your Excellencies, I'm going to about to start my speech now. As I indicated, can I ask you to stand, please? Can I ask you all to stand? We're about to start our next event now. Marimba, can you play us something? I want to see if we've got young people who can move in the house. Okay. Oh, my. Can you give us something where we can get people to move, Nyana? Before we do that, can we stretch just a little bit, ne? Can you just make some space around you? Right. Can you move a little bit to the left and move a little bit to the right? Right. I need you to move. Right. Now, can you just move your hands, your legs just a little bit? There we go. And then can you just stretch a little bit up to the top? I want you to move again, just a little bit to the left. Yeah, some people are tired. I thought we have young people in the house, and then to the right. Let me tell you, my primary school teacher, my high school teacher and my university teacher said to me that if you want to be a good speaker and a good program director, you must be able to move people. I've just moved you. Marimba, thank you very much. Before you go, ladies and gentlemen, our honorable guests, our international guest ministers and deputy ministers, we would like you to meet, I'm serious now, for the next part of our program at 18:45 in the reception area. For our international guests, UNFPA guests, our ministers and deputy ministers, if you could please kindly meet us at the reception at 18:45. For now, I leave you to the Marimba band to play you out. Thank you very much. Please give yourselves a hand. You've been great.